There we go. All right. We in here. We are broadcasting to the world. What's happening, Chester? Ross, what's good, baby? Dr. David.
What's going on, everybody?
Pragmatic pessimist. Ramsey. See, Ramsey. Now Ramsey messaging stuff I'm interested in. Final game of the first round of the WNBA playoffs. Like now I'm with it, man. The Liberty got that one, boy. That's
they beat the Sky, and I don't know. I kind of feel like it messes everything up.
Kind of.
I want a tight series. Kind of. I don't want too much.
Yeah, like the Liberty with all. I mean, Sabrina Ionescu. That's fantastic, but. You only want the underdog to do so much because you're like, wait a minute. Like, they ain't going the championship, are they?
Right.
Oh, I want to see Chicago versus. What time is that game on, Ramsey? Is it 4?
3 o'clock.
Oh, it's 3. Oh, okay. Well, so you got the last hour? Okay. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Now it's really how many times can we work it in?
Ramsey, it's 3 p.m. At least that's what. Or actually, maybe it's 6 p.m.
Man, what channel is it on?
I'm looking at the app right now. The ESPN app says 6 p.m. Now that could be 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Pacific,
it's 6 p.m. our time.
Yeah,
it's 6 p.m. Yeah, it's on ESPN. It's like, yo, they got the Little League on, but no, it's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock on the dot. Just got an email. You know, Chris Brown is in Concord.
Yeah. They messed up, man. I don't know how he didn't come back here.
Did you go the last time he was here?
Mm-hmm. That was a great show.
Yeah, I missed that one. I heard it was incredible.
It was a great show. He did his thing. It was Ty Dolla $ign.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else was with him too. Yellow Beezy. It's on me, baby.
Like such a fraud coming home and changing clothes. Like, I feel like
man was looking smooth out there today.
Like I have an identity crisis, man. My whole life is an identity crisis. Like I don't know. I want to dress. Sometimes I want to dress like street. Sometimes I want to dress like I did today. Like I need help, dude. I need a therapist.
We all do. Oh, let me shoot you that stuff for Scoop.
Oh, that's right. D-Lo and KC surging into your homes. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, August 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. He's so desperate. He's just a desperate fan. I barely know who the f*** you are.
You take it like you're taking way too long for that second drop dead. I just patiently waiting for it to hit.
I gotta get to the next page. Let's see when you were gone. I set something up where on a certain page I had everything. I had Roman, I had young Roman, I had Ceiling is the Roof. But I didn't have no music. And it was literally, this is all that would play.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen.
That's good enough.
Keep moving forward,
baby.
That's it. No underbed music, nothing. That's just how it will go. Yeah, this is gonna be like Kyle Shanahan here. We got the plays, we got to run, and then everything else you just feel accordingly.
Hey, since we just planned the show like on the air, what time is Scoop with us again?
1:30.
All right, Scoop B, Brandon Robinson, NBA insider, going to be with us coming up at 1:30. Kenny and I have had an eventful morning, so we are literally planning the show as the show begins here. One thing we do know is the Kevin Durant Brooklyn Nets saga ended exactly the way we said it was going to end.
Yeah,
with nothing happening.
Pretty much. And now it's a situation where can the rest of the league like move on and do what they have to do now? Because that's what I keep wondering. Like we always heard that everything was being held up because of that.
Well,
all right. Well, let's move on now.
Did you see your boy Pat Bev?
No.
Yeah, where is it? Pat Bev tweeted, y'all can sit. Now, I'm going to read this verbatim, so don't get mad at me. Y'all can sit and don't say nothing, but that ain't cool. It's dudes with families out here who haven't got a job because of this KD stuff. And to be on and off ain't cool. Blessing, gang. Okay. So KD retweeted that. Hashtag blame KD. And then Pat Bev retweeted that. Damn, gang. Who said I was talking about you?
Stop it. Wait a minute. What did Pat Bev say in the first tweet?
So he had two tweets here. It said, y'all can sit and don't say nothing, but this ain't cool. It's dudes with families out here who haven't got a job because of this KD stuff.
Yeah, I thought he said KD. What does he mean? Yo, talking about you.
And to be on and off ain't cool. Blessing, gang. He says again, it's not good business. These owners can't wait until new deal comes. All we doing is hurting the future. Good day. Blessing, gang. Then he did the quote tweet with, dang, gang, who said I was talking about you? I'm speaking of how it was done. Both sides need to keep that private, but noted.
You just said KD the tweet before. What are you talking about?
Damn, gang, who said I was talking about you?
He said that, and I was like, did I miss something? Did I imagine him saying KD? No, he absolutely said KD.
It's dudes with families out here who haven't got a job because of this KD stuff. Come on, man. He's talking about Tristan Thompson. He's talking about we got to get Tristan Thompson employed. He's got kids everywhere.
I'm telling you, it reminds me of the famous, the legendary LaMichael James, who would be frustrated with carries and playing time, and he'd tweet out something like, I could have ran that real route. My route running has been on par since day one. I'm not talking about football. What? So people will be like, yo, stop airing out dirty laundry, and with the locker room here on Twitter. Who said I was talking about football? I'm not talking about football. Everything that I talk about doesn't revolve around football. Next tweet, 7 days later. Damn, I could have carried it from the 5. Not about football. What? Michael James, him and Pat Bev, they all timers. They all timers for this tweeting business.
Man, can't wait till I get a co-host that don't derail the show. I ain't talking about radio though.
Damn, homie. Who said I was talking about you?
Who said I was talking about you? Damn, gang. We got to work surging and gang into the show all day. I'm just going to start referring to people as gang. Gang, you want to hit us up on these phones, man? You can. 916-349-1320. Now, with all of that said, I do understand the spirit of Patrick Beverley's tweet, because it's kind of what you just said a minute ago. Was y'all said this was holding everything up. Okay, it's done. So I'm expecting this to be like December 15th all over again. Let's get cooking. Or January 15th or whatever day it was that we were hyped and we thought something was going to happen and nothing was going to happen. Okay, well, y'all said this was holding stuff up. So what was it holding up?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
What Pat Bev said was not an issue. It was the follow-up tweet that just made me say, But The first tweet
talking about you, gang.
The first tweet was on par. I mean, he's right. Like, there's been a lot of things going on that were put to a screeching halt, allegedly, when this whole KD saga went down. And, we could talk about the Kings. Were the Kings going to trade for Kevin Durant? No, but they might have been involved in a 3-team deal with Philadelphia and Phoenix, but Phoenix had to wait to see what's going on with KD or what. So everything was on hold because of that. So, yeah, I understand what Pat Bev is talking about, and I want to see some action now. Because that's what everybody was telling me, too. They were like, yo, it's the KD deal holding up everything. Things will be moving, but KD deal. All right, KD deal not happened. See some action. Or let's just go into training camp.
And mysteriously, it appears that that Kyrie Irving is also off of the trading block. So, remember, Kyrie didn't ask for nothing.
I was about to say, Kyrie never said anything about anything.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Only thing he said was when a fan told him, "Hey, Kyrie, when are you coming to the Lakers?" and he said, "Soon." Other than that, he didn't say anything.
Isaiah Thomas tweeted, finally, LOL. Can we sign now? LOL. So apparently Isaiah Thomas couldn't sign either because of Kevin Durant. So here's the line. Somebody's agents all over the place. Hey, how come I ain't got a deal? KD holding things up. All right. There are 2 deals I want to see today. 3. Miss P, I'm with you. Let's get Buddy Hield to LA.
Okay.
Yeah, that obviously fixed the Lakers. 70-win team. You get Buddy Hield there. I want to see Isaiah Thomas sign with somebody, and I don't care who.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see DeMarcus Cousins with the Los Angeles Clippers. That's what I want. Give me that.
My boy Cuz go to the Clips.
See, don't you, when you look at the Clippers roster, can't you, doesn't it make sense? Like, it's not like a reach. It's like, yo, you could use this.
Absolutely. And got Zubac and really nothing else after that.
And I don't think DeMarcus is retired.
No, you're a free agent.
I mean, Jesse says, "Yo, I thought we were getting him in Boston." Well, you could do Boston too. Yeah, that works. I feel like LA fits, though.
I mean, look, Jesse, that's my guy. I love Tatum and everything, but I mean, make no bones about it. I don't want to see Boogie in Boston. Me and Boston we ain't cool. We're harmonious now, but we ain't cool. I don't want Boogie to go there. I want him to go to the Clippers or the Kings.
Well, yeah.
Or the Kings.
I'd really there's about 20 reasons why we'd have to unload about 7 centers for him to come to Sacramento. But all kidding aside, of course, I'd love to see DeMarcus to Sacramento. He fits in LA. And I don't think he's retired. He fits with the Clippers. He fits with Boston also. I feel like Ty Lue, Clipper, I like that better than Udoka and that feels like it might be that just feels like it could be a tough place for DeMarcus.
Jesse, who would he play over Grant Williams? What's his name? The Rocket? Ain't he the Rocket something? The Green Cornet. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, he didn't even play.
So DeMarcus is trying to beat out someone who didn't play.
Got you. Okay. Yeah.
He's got to beat out someone who didn't even play. Amazing. I'll relay this to you. Kyle Shanahan told reporters just a few moments ago, practice for the 49ers is a wrap. We'll have different notes trickling in on this team throughout the day. But one of importance is Elijah Mitchell. He is available for game number 1. He is on track to return week number 1 versus Chicago. Also, the 49ers plan to play Trey Lance in the first half on Thursday night against the Texans. Kyle Shanahan says he won't go past the first half, but it'll be the first half at most. That, according to Kyle Shanahan today following practice.
Okay. Well, one thing I'd like to know is, how much of the receivers playing? Is Debo going to be out there for a half? Is Brandon Ayuk going to be out there for a half? Kittle? We haven't seen any of those guys all preseason, so yeah, I'm interested to see about that.
And I wouldn't put him out there for one game. There's no need for that. If you want to trade to get the reps, like, I'm good with that. You don't need to put those receivers out there for one game. If they haven't played the first two, don't put them out there now. You'll be fine. These guys play together every day. You'll be fine.
Well, I do want to see as much of the starting line as
the line, absolutely.
Yeah.
The line, absolutely. The receivers, I don't care. I don't care if Brandon Ayuk or Debo or none of those guys. The line, yes, I would prefer they all play, to be honest with you. I would prefer all of them to take
some reps, though. The receiver needs some reps.
Do they?
Yeah.
You can
timing.
Yeah, all right. I guess. We'll talk a lot of the 49ers here throughout the day. We'll talk more about this situation with Kevin Durant, Brooklyn, what it means for Brooklyn, what it means for the Eastern Conference. We'll dive into all of that stuff, gang. The phone line is open for you, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started. Steeler and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Surging into this first break. Where is NBA Young Kobe in here? NBA Young Kobe, where you at? Because we need to have this discussion now with Damian here. As NBA Young Kobe was yelling at the top of his lungs here in this chat last week about how the Black Slim Shady was a great song. And I said, you're off your rocker. That song sucked. Have you heard it?
I have, and no, it is not. That's horrible. He didn't say that.
He was, man, for like 3 days. He was like, nah, y'all sleeping on the game. And then, like, his argument was the game's discography is crazy. Like, I was like, what? That ain't got nothing to do with the song. The song trash. I told him, I said, look, I understand the game being competitive, trying to do something and make something happen. I commend that, but the actual execution was terrible. It was a terrible song.
Yeah. So you mentioned, did you listen to the games?
I didn't listen to the album. No. The game is,
couldn't do it.
The game is cool. I mean, the name drops and
I just don't think it's for me. Like I was actually excited to listen to it. And then it was like a couple records in, I'm like, all right, I don't do this, but I'm not feeling this. So I'm just going to go to the next record. And then it was just like, this isn't for me. I've never been a huge game fan, but I respect it.
Right.
I did not like it. And so the same guy who complains about albums being too short, this bitch was long. It's like albums that you really love are too short. Albums that you don't like are like, God, how long is this?
Yeah.
I couldn't find a single song to get into. Not one. I didn't like it. Oh, I didn't like it.
Yeah, like I said, the same thing as you. I respect, some of the quality of the games has brought throughout his career. He's not bad or anything like that. But number one, I don't need 30 game tracks. And number two, like he is the definition of, he says the same thing on every track. He's gonna talk about how nice he is. He's gonna drop these names. He's gonna try and say something slick here and there. It's the same. It's one long song.
Hey, Will. Yeah, retweeted that earlier. I mean, he'll have my attention Thursday night. That's for sure.
Don't you have like 4 Jay-Z songs on there or something? 4?
So, allegedly, he only has the one, but Jay-Z asked for 4 songs.
That's what it was.
But he returned the verse on one, and it's the one everyone's talking about. Will Z, are you in here? I don't know if we saw Will Z yet. Will Z. Will, I see you. Hey, step 1 is complete, Will. Step 1 is complete. I'm in the inner workings of the website. We have action.
Yeah, man.
It's a long process over at ESPN.com, or ESPN, whatever our website is. But I got you. We're almost there. Half the battle is complete with what I got today.
I was about to say something. I can't remember. I completely lost it.
Sorry. I was excited to tell Will I could. It's not only to get on the website, but like the steps that you got to take to just post on it. Brutal. It might have been Wayne. Might have been Wayne.
I mean, I don't know.
See?
Wait a minute.
Jesse knew what he was doing.
Yeah, no, wait a minute.
He knew what he was doing with that question.
Didn't know what he said. Jesse asked us before we went to break, or before we came back from break. They said, who was the king of hip hop in the 2000s? And Damien said Wayne. And I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, it can't be Wayne.
Mims?
Wayne is in the that song stinks nowadays too.
Song stunk then. That song stunk then. That was awful.
Oh man. But it's gotta be Jay. It has to be Jay. Wayne is great.
I don't think so, bro. Like, cause Jay dropped the blueprint in 2001. No, he dropped the blueprint in 2001, but then what was after that?
Blueprint 2. And then the Black Album, yeah.
Blueprint 2. No, Blueprint 3 was later.
Yeah.
Blueprint was after Kingdom
Blueprint
Come.
and Black Album in the first 10 years of the 2000s.
So Blueprint 2, which had hits.
Yes.
And then the Black Album.
And I feel like he might have got one more. Oh, well,
man.
Kingdom Come was after that.
The Carter 3?
Carter 3 was the one.
That was a monster.
That was major.
That was a monster.
And then we're not even talking about Kanye.
It could be Jay. It could
Kanye, second half of the zeros of the aughts, as they used to call it. Kanye was going crazy the second half of Kanye. Damn, Graduation I think might have came out in 2008. So he went college dropout, graduation, or college dropout, late registration and graduation in the aughts.
Yeah, his succession of albums is pretty, like Graduation, 808s and Heartbreaks, that all dropped before 2010. My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy dropped in 2010.
Oh, it might be, yeah.
The college dropout, late registration. See, I think part of it is I don't really like late registration. And then into Graduation and 808s.
It might be, yeah. It might be.
Man, it's tough.
And this isn't even shade to Wayne, because Wayne went crazy on the mixtape circuit. He went crazy on his first 3 albums, the Carter. And the Carter 3 was like 2007, 2000.
So we're not counting like 500 Degrees or the Black. We're not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He went crazy.
Okay,
he went crazy.
I mean, but the problem is there's nothing like the Carter 3. Like that's
bad. What do you
for him?
Oh,
talking about him. The Carter 3. Yeah,
Okay.
there's nothing like the Carter 3 for him.
And then, to be honest, the Blueprint might be the best album out of all the things we just named.
Man, to think that the Carter 3, Blueprint, and the College Dropout all dropped
in the same decade.
The same decade. Because those are arguably 3 of the greatest hip hop albums of all time.
Yeah. Yeah. Corners of the Culture on Thursdays, where you get all your podcasts.
Yeah, indeed. Corners of the Culture available wherever you get podcasts from. We need to start clipping the D-Lo and KC segments and dropping them into our podcast feed, into the Corners of the Culture podcast feed. Because your boy in San Francisco, he's helping get the podcast launch, was like, once a week, huh? Okay, it's not going to succeed once a week. Yeah, no, man, thanks a ton for the encouragement. But like the idea is we're going to drop a second show with Mia when we get into the studio, this fictitious time when we're all in the studio together. Yeah. We're going to do a segment on KSFM with me in the morning that will drop onto the podcast. Oh, yeah. If you really want to be successful, you're going to have to do it like 3-4 times.
3-4.
Yeah, cool. Like, that's dope. Like, yeah, could you just set this feed up for me, please? And stop trying to discourage us from doing this. By the way, have Kenny call me. I want him to do 3 Kings podcast.
Oh yeah, but lock that in. Yeah, you do. Matter of fact, how many days a week do you do deal on KC? Just do all 5. Double up.
Just do 5.
You do 5 shows a day.
Just post it. Yeah. Frequency, D-Lo. Frequency.
Jams 1991 says no 50 mention. No, 50 fell off.
One.
Yeah, you had the one.
Like Out of Control was not a. That was not a smash.
You weren't feeling AO technology.
Oh, I don't think was that it. Was that? I think that was in the 2010s.
Oh,
AO technology was terrible.
AO, I'm tired of saying technology.
Oh, was Justin Timberlake on that record?
Yeah,
he dropped Get Rich or Die Trying and The Massacre.
The Massacre was, I didn't really like it, but it was big. It had some big songs.
And then Curtis dropped.
Did Curtis have I Get Money? I think it did.
Curtis, yeah.
Because that's when he tried to hold on. He tried to hold on.
Technology was on there.
Oh.
Yeah. He had features on this joint, like Mary was on there. Of course, he had M on there. Robin Thicke. Remember the Robin Thicke era? Akon was on there. Remember the Akon era? Goodness gracious.
Man.
When was the last time Akon dropped an album?
It's been a minute.
Oh, no. I can't tell if this album came out or not. Did he drop an album called Akonda?
Who?
Akon.
Oh, I don't know. I can't. It's out of my. That's out of my realm right there.
I think
Akonda.
I think.
Wow.
So it appears that Akon started making music for a different group of people, following his album Freedom.
He got on his Timberland situation.
Pretty much. I remember Akon came through with a different artist. I'll never forget meeting him, man. We were at like some remote location and the artist was there. And I can't remember who the artist was, but Akon was like this young, he was like, yo, this is our new artist, Akon. You know the way Akon looks, right?
Yeah.
Skinny dude. He has a white tank top on. It's a little bit dirty. Right. And he's just hey, what's up, man? I mean, super nice dude, but I'm like, okay, yeah, right on. Locked Up drops like 6 months later. Oh my God.
Steady trying to find my mode.
Man. Hey, Akon had a moment.
Oh,
let's be real about it. Akon had a moment.
And then when he hopped on, because I think T-Pain was his artist, wasn't he? Was he his artist? Maybe he wasn't. Maybe T-Pain was doing his own thing. But when Akon got with T-Pain on the bartender joint, that was major. That was major.
Akon, like this dude won Grammy. Oh, he got Grammy nominations. I don't think he won. He was out there.
This is near and dear to my heart. So I'm gonna go caping for this. But Eric B, I'm not saying that they are the artists of the 2000, but Eric B brings up a hell of a point Outkast did drop Steak-O-Ni and Speaker Box Love Below in 2000s.
Well, that might be the walk-off because I don't think in all my years in radio I ever played a song more than Hey Ya.
Oh, man.
That song was every hour and 15 minutes for an eternity.
That song. So the funny thing about that is I feel like that song came out after The Way You Move. Yeah, The Way You Move came out. It's like, oh, Big Boy got him.
They were both power records at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So every hour and 15 minutes you were playing The Way You Move and Hey Ya. Hey Ya legitimately got obnoxious. It was just like, oh my God.
I think I've talked about this before,
Make this stop.
I think 3 Stacks was performing it on the VMAs, and they're like, now with
the damn song
3000, he's like, for the millionth time, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My baby don't mess it. That song still gets run. Like it's still like that's the song that's gonna be on commercials forever.
Yes. To all my Beyonces and Lucy Lou's.
And the cool part is, like, no one's ever going to have to look up Beyonce, but people are going to have to.
Yeah.
Lucy Lou?
Well, Lucy Lou.
Lucy Lou, you kind of had to be there?
Yeah. She's on this show right now, too, matter of fact. I think some CBS show.
Lucy Speaker Lou, Box Love Below. Man, that dropped in 2003.
Wow.
Let's see, the problem when you factor in the whole decade.
Yeah, they went away. They did Idlewild.
Yeah,
I like Idlewild more than most people do, but I could that wasn't.
It just doesn't compare to the other records. Yeah,
it wasn't a huge success. So, but man, Speaker Box and Love Below, those 2 albums. Because I remember at first I listened to Big Boys first, and I was like, dang, Big Boy came with fire. He got he did one by himself, and he came with fire, and then I listened to Love Below, and I was like, oh, this man 3 Stacks. This man 3 Stacks is a genius.
It's a Corners of the Culture Quickie, brought to you by Corners of the Culture, available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. Just so there is no confusion, Jesse, I'm dead serious. Cut this. I'm dropping it into the podcast.
Yes, indeed. Let's go. Randy,
this is going in the feed.
And look, Randy, no disrespect, but Randy Lilly says, no love for Tip and King of the South?
No. Absolutely not. I'm talking about the artist of an entire decade. No, T.I. does not get that nod. Absolutely not.
Oh man, T.I.
I think Hey Ya's the biggest record I played in my time in radio. Like in the club, In the Club ascended faster than any like, because there was like a period where you're breaking a new song, right? You're just kind of tiptoeing in. You play it once every like 5 hours, 4 hours. You only have 4 new songs. You wanted to keep everything familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And then In the Club dropped, and it was like, okay, all right, this ain't gonna work. We're moving this to power rotation. So it went from new, which was like once every 4 or 5 hours, to power rotation, which was once every hour and 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Hey Ya or The Way You Move that quickly. I just don't. It just lived forever. Like it was a power record forever.
Yeah, because I feel like Hey Ya kind of snuck up on, like it gradually picked up over time. It wasn't like the first time you played it, oh my gosh, can you play that new Andre again? Like it wasn't that. It just was like, okay, that's his new song.
Well,
I kind of like this. I kind of like it. Oh, this is the song. Like
it's also a pop record.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's Outkast.
Mm-hmm.
Outkast is ours. Hey Ya's a pop record, though.
Absolutely.
Like Hey Ya's in a Gap commercial, I think. Like it's a straight up pop record.
The genius of 3 Stacks to make that song, like and to make the whole album is like that. But he was like, yo, this was early 2000s. Like you had to be gangster, you had to be hip hop. And he said, no, I'm gonna make it. He was Drake before Drake.
Jacob Z, this is what you asked too. Hey Ya or Yeah? It's close, but I think it's Hey Ya. Yeah. it was a smash too. Like those are the top three. Like undoubtedly the top three. We could mess with the order a little bit, but it's In the Club, and Hey Ya.
What was the Jabbar? I had just heard Hey Ya on Mix 96 the other day.
We don't acknowledge that station here.
They ain't family.
They ain't family. That's the bad guys.
My bad, gang. My bad. My bad, gang.
Mix 96 ratings surging.
First listen in years. But
doctors' offices around the region contribute to that station's ratings.
What was the biggest song that you hated?
That we played?
Yeah.
Oh man. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Dr. David said, "Who said I was talking about Mix 96?" Gang. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Because I didn't hate Hey Ya. I just got tired of it.
Right. Any song by Nelly?
I ain't gonna do Nelly like that. Like Nelly, even the country record he did.
Oh no. See, there's something that I listen to that plays like throwback jams. It might be on the Odyssey app. Why not? And every time Nelly comes on, I change the channel.
That's today though. Like you did that then?
If it wasn't Country Grammar, EI, or
those are hits.
Dilemma. Like I wasn't trying to hear Air Force Ones. When he went into
Air Force Ones was all right.
When he went into the country, I mean, I absolutely was no.
Over and over again was essentially trying to like mimic Dilemma. Dilemma was a smash.
Over again.
It's the country record, but it's slow.
Is that the one that It's All in My Head?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the name of it over and over again.
Slow song. Yeah, it's a slow song like Dilemma was.
Take a Ride with Me, trash.
Oh, that's garbage. Yeah, that's absolute garbage. Yeah. Nelly made a lot of money making some trash, but I'm not mad at Dilemma or certainly. I did this study a couple of weeks. Did Country Grammar go diamond?
I think it did. I think it did. Country Grammar was and then how could we forget? He came out with Hot in Here.
Well, again, Hot in Here was a smash record.
Yeah. Hot in Here was
an absolute smash.
Everywhere.
Did this album really go diamond, dude? Oh my God.
That was a huge record. I don't know if the whole album went diamond, but I know the single definitely did.
Yeah, you've lost me here for a minute because now I'm trying to research. Like, what was the name of the album? Wasn't it Country Grammar?
It might have been.
See, I hate when this happens because I'm gone. Like, you've lost me until I figure this out. So you do whatever you want here.
Yeah, because
Jesse's saying that just so I'll move on. What was the name of the album?
It was. Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was Country Grammar. Okay.
Country Grammar, EI, Pimp Juice was on there.
I have a can of Pimp Juice autographed by Nelly. It's a true story. I don't know. I think it's up here. If I could probably get it during the commercial break. I absolutely have a can of Pimp Juice autographed by Nelly.
Remember when he tried to battle KRS-One? And people were like, "Oh, he bodied KRS." What?
No. No, my brother. Nellyville.
My brother.
His second album.
That's the whole Dilemma, right?
Yeah. That album sold 7.6 million copies.
Gee. Nelly was on top of the world, man.
Oh, man.
That's why Nelly can still tour right now. Nelly go on tour right now. And what was he just in Oakland, right?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be. I mean, Nelly, does he like tour or like halftime of the Kings game this year?
No, but it's like
KSFM Cinco de Mayo.
Not exactly. It's like Nelly, Genuine, Ja Rule, Shanti. Like he's on that circuit. Like he's not going.
That's a Cinco de Mayo lineup right there. KSFM Live. Like that's one of those shows in the park. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. So
it works.
He's still out there. He's still out there getting it. His stuff don't age very well.
Not at all. I believe we're retiring the term Mount Rushmore. I caught that while I was on vacation. Give me those names again. Yep.
Now, and Mario brings up a good point. I mean, we are kind of just ignoring Eminem and what he was in the 2000s. The Slim Shady LP came out in 2000. 2001, I think. Maybe it was 2000.
I will have your answer shortly. We might as well this is the show. Just welcome to it. This is a live edition of Corners of the Culture. We appreciate you so much for being with us.
Live show.
Yeah, 99. But early 2000s, you got the Marshall Mathers LP, which was a smash. That was released in 2000. Then you got the Eminem show, again, a smash. And then Encore is where you probably debate a little bit. Like what's on Encore? Oh no. Yeah. That don't do it. But if we're gonna be fair, Marshall Mathers LP and the Eminem show, they can carry. Absolutely. They can carry the, for it's a 3-year run, but those two albums can carry.
Absolutely. It's and then no, I don't think. No. He was in the 90s. Somebody said
Relapse was trash too.
Yeah, Relapse was not popular.
So DMX, that's yeah. I think that was DMX is the only. I think. Jesse, you can look this up. I think DMX is the only hip hop artist in history to drop 2 #1 albums in the same year. Because he dropped It's Dark and Hell is Hot. And it got such a response. They were like, yo, we need to do another one before the year's over. And then it was Flesh of My Flesh.
Yeah.
They dropped that, which was good. Yeah. I felt like it paled in comparison to It's Dark, but they were both #1 albums in the same year.
Since you have it up in front of you, or you will, is Flesh of My Flesh What They Want and Party Up?
Party Up is not. No, it's definitely What They Want. It's not. Party Up was on a different album.
Because What They Want wasn't the first single. I'm trying to remember what the first single was on that album.
What was the third one?
Whatever Party Up is on.
Probably.
His first 3,
and then there was X. It was probably and then there was X. That's
his
the one.
First 3 were #1s. Yeah. DMX. See, so Jesse might not understand. Some of the youngins might not understand. DMX dropped. We as a collective were like, oh, we got the next Tupac. Yeah. Like he's gonna be the next greatest to ever do it.
I have no idea what his first single was on Flesh of My Flesh.
It wasn't Slippin'. I'm looking at it right now. It wasn't Slippin'. I don't know either. Maybe it was.
Anybody know what DMX's first?
And as I look here, unless I'm missing, What They Want wasn't on here.
It ain't on here either. Yeah, that must have been on. It
was X, I think, because it wasn't on It's Dark and Hell is Hot.
No, it definitely was not.
Yeah, it was on.
That's when you used to be able to set your ringtone.
Damn, it's dark. And then there was X, was crazy. Yeah, Party Up. What They Want.
What's My Name?
What's My Name?
Yeah. Yeah, that's heat.
Man. Good Girls and Bad Guys. Well,
if you're not interested in early 2000s hip hop and you're listening on ESPN 1320, man, God bless you. Thank you so much for being with us. We did not intend to do a live Corners of the Culture episode here, but it's Jesse's fault. So
I've said this all month. It's August insert day here. That's why we're talking about
it's August 20. We are just weeks away from week 1 of the NFL season. just weeks. Hang in there.
Although it's week 0 today or this week, college football. Let's go week 0.
Anything pop though?
No, there's not no really good games.
Jesse says we could be talking about the surging Giants who have lost 4 of their last 5, but they didn't even play last night. So I guess.
Oh man.
We'll see what. I don't think did we answer this? Who is who gets the mantle? Well, Jesse asked the question. If it's Wayne, Ye, and Jay, who's the 4th?
It might be M.
It's M?
I mean, it's M or Nelly.
Oh, it's M then. Because I'm not clowning Nelly. I respect what he did. But if we're gonna look at the record sales, Marshall Mathers LP and the Eminem show's not even close.
Right, and
but
even
who gets the mantle is the one though.
Jay.
Okay.
I'm giving it to Jay. And here's the other thing about Nelly versus Eminem. No disrespect to Nelly, but we always talk about this. Can you tell the story of that decade without that?
Over.
You can't tell the story without Eminem.
It's over.
How many? Like 15?
No, it's over. American Gangster and the Blueprint 3 dropped in before 2010.
Oh yeah, it's done.
Yeah, that's the answer.
What was Kingdom Come, like 2004 then?
It's in there too. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was later in the decade. It was 4.
That retirement was short-lived, man. That retirement following the Black Album was short-lived. We'll step out. We'll come back. KD staying in Brooklyn. Whether we talk about it or not, we'll all find out together. It's Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. That's a 30-minute podcast drop right there, baby.
That's big time right there, baby. No, Stephen Brown, we didn't. They're not in that list. They're not superstars.
Oh Jesus. Well, I'm not gonna give.
Ja was cool.
No, I'm not looking at Ja.
Luda was cool. Luda's another one where if he comes on, I'm probably changing the station.
So okay, here's the thing with Luda though. He dropped like 6 records in the early 2000s, and it's like, all right, how much of this is what's your fantasy? That's Move Bitch. Song. That's kind of the end of it.
Southern Hospitality, gotta give him that.
Yeah, I mean, back for the first time.
What's your fantasy in Southern Hospitality? Those are probably the 2 best songs he ever made, and they were his first 2 singles.
I was gonna say isn't that the same record?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Probably Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, sure.
Probably Fast and the Furious. That's like the question, do you know who Dwayne Johnson is or do you know who The Rock is?
Did you see, oh man, I wish I could find it. But did you see that one of the little Twitter websites, they asked the question, they said, what was your favorite rock? And they had I think it was either 4
I did see that. Yeah, I didn't respond. I should have, especially after I saw yours. The answer is Hollywood Rock.
The answer is Nation Rock.
Hollywood Rock is just incredible.
The categories are Rocky Maivia, Nation Rock, Corporate Rock, The People's Champion, Hollywood Rock, and The Return.
I'll go Hollywood Rock, then Nation Rock.
I'd go Nation Rock, The People's Champ. See, I felt like The People's Champ was before Corporate Rock, but maybe not.
Well, it was like for a second. It wasn't very long. And then he turned corporate right when he was about to peak. What'd you say, Jesse?
Nation Rock. The early Nation Rock. When he started to find his actually no, it's not that one. It's the one that it's the People's Champ Rock that doesn't age well.
Well, it's it's also the Nation Rock that has that weird accent. Well, The Rock would be chugging down beers too if I had to be around you bearded pig females if you smell what The Rock is cooking. Like, why are you talking like that? Like, bro, you're a black dude from California. Why do you sound like that?
It's Drake. It's Drake.
Yeah, it might be Drake.
It's Drake. Drake came out in 09.
I would begrudgingly have to acknowledge that, but
Drake came out in
it's
08, 09. And that's the two. There's Drake and Kendrick. And I mean the albums are better from Kendrick. The only things that are really comparable are So Far Gone and Take Care. Although nothing was the same. I mean, I think, who was I talking to? Was it on Corners of the Culture?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember, but I would talk about how like you'd be like, this album wasn't that good. Let me replay it. Yeah, it was Corners of the Culture.
It was Corners of the Culture. That was me.
And you hear, oh yeah, this song dope. Yeah, this song pretty cool too.
That's the episode that drops Thursday.
Yeah. And that's how Nothing Was the Same was. That's kind of how Views is. Yeah. That's a good. And my boy Cole, man. Cole gets lost in the shuffle. Cole is great. He is great. He gets lost in the shuffle though. Yeah. Hey, back to sports real quick. Or are we? Are we? Because you never looked like you was looking at something.
No, I was just looking at a discography. Just
the 2010s question.
No. I think we established that during the commercial break.
Well, I don't know if we established.
It's Drake and Kendrick, and then you can argue from there. I don't think there's an argument that it's anyone other than those two.
Agreed. All right, we did figure something out. But I was gonna say, now who were you looking at? Who's this guy?
I was looking at Jay's. I needed to see when a couple like that with like how far into the 2010s. That's all. That's 2010s.
Yeah,
it's all like
it's kind of underrated.
It's only Magna and 444 that are in there. So if you can hold it off for two albums, you can make it 444.
Hold on, we got to give him Watch the Throne too.
That's right. Yeah, Watch the Throne. Well, he dropped some other albums. Probably in that 2000s era, too, that we can't acknowledge.
That are fire.
You're not allowed to say that, though.
The intro alone is just, oh, my gosh, the intro. The first two tracks, oh, my gosh.
Those albums don't exist.
The first two tracks.
Just like Cosby Show reruns, man. They don't exist.
But what I was going to say, and then we'll get into the NBA and all this other stuff. Scoop B coming up at 1:30. And I believe
Scoop B's take on this.
You'll love it. And the professor, I think, is around. I haven't heard from the professor, but I think he's around.
I haven't either. I wrote him into the show. Probably should send him an invite. I kind of take for granted that the professor is going to be with us.
Yeah. So the professor will be here. We'll ask him this. But I thought about Jesse this morning.
Oh, and you know, the professor is going to try to find a way to make Kendrick the artist of the 80s.
He said he was the greatest of all time.
Well, there's an argument for it. Like I'm fine with that. That's not egregious.
No, it is. When Sean Carter was around, yes, it is egregious.
No, it's not. It's like, and I don't mean this as shade. Happy 44th birthday. It's like the people who say Kobe's the greatest.
Now they're wrong with that.
Well, they are, but like it's not like outrage. It's not like someone going, you know who's the greatest? I'm going to tell you why it's Akeem Olajuwon. Here's why it's Akeem. Like, that's like, hey, fam, come on, man. Like, we all respect Akeem, but like, let's not do this. It's kind of the like it's with Kobe, at least there's an argument. It's the same thing for Kendrick. There is an argument, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, that's different. But there's an argument.
Somebody, I swear, I'll tell you my sports thing, but somebody said, I forgot who it was. I need to find them because they'd be really good for Corners of the Culture. But he was like, look, man, it's been 25 plus years. Tupac and Biggie are not in my top 5 no more. And I was like, damn. I don't know if I agree, but I could see somebody making that argument.
This is going to launch another 30-minute segment if we do this. So, but I ain't going to let that sit out there. I don't think Pac is one of the 5 greatest rappers of all time.
I agree.
But here's why I think Biggie is. Because Biggie was ahead of his time. I don't think Pac was. Like, Pac was dope. Like, it's not a question of whether he's dope or not. He was. But, like, it wasn't like Ready to Die and works today. Life After Death works today. Tupacalypse Now does not.
I mean, I don't know though. Keep your head up.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Pac was Pac in 2020 would have been the greatest thing to happen to the culture. Yeah, Public Enemy was before Pac.
This is true.
KRS-One was before. Like, Pac didn't do anything. This is gonna start a fight. Hey, I'm like 45. I plead the fifth 500 times. I ain't doing that. Never mind. Start the show over.
What I was gonna say, I was thinking about Jesse because I think about Jesse every time I see this person come up on my timeline. There's another Peter Warwick highlight clip that came on my timeline. Now it's like, Jesse don't know, and we always bring up Peter Warwick like damn Earl the Goat Man Goat for Jesse, and it's like Peter Warwick did almost nothing in the NFL, and the way we talk about him is like legendary status. But man, Peter Warwick was the dead leg that he would give was just Peter Warwick was crazy.
Now the calls are coming in. I'm out. I'm out of the. I ain't saying the number 2 or Pac. Nope.
Well, what you mean?
Tupac, like, yo, that's not true.
That's not true. We said that a number of times.
Pac is phenomenal. I just don't. I skip a lot of Tupac records, man. I skip a ton.
I don't skip. Tupac is not on that list of when his song comes on
no, I don't mean that, but I'm talking about the sheer volume of Tupac records that are out there.
All the hits I don't skip. If I'm listening to an album, on the album, yeah, there's songs that I don't listen to. Except for All Eyes on Me. I listen to all the songs on there.
You listen to What's Your Phone Number?
You know I do. That's my song. We've said that plenty of times.
That's crazy.
What's Your Phone Number is a smash.
So I'm just looking as this.
Looking every word I say. What's your phone number? Are you alone? That's always.
No, it's not. That song's terrible. All right, look. I'm not saying like. See, this is getting twisted. This is how y'all act. I don't want no part of this no more. We're going to Phil. 916-349-1320. I ain't doing this. What's up, Phil?
What's up, man? I'm bored at work. But yeah, who can you say who's running the 2020s? I could say NBA Youngboy.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot say that. Phil, no.
Every album with Platinum, man.
Phil, Platinum don't even mean nothing no more.
Oh, man.
Who's running the 2020s? NBA Youngboy. First of all, it's still Kendrick, Drake, or Cole. But if you want some new blood, probably Lil Baby.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might be Lil Baby. Okay.
No, he is wrong. As a matter of fact, so look, Jesse, let me ask you this, because we had the discussion last week. He's better than that weird guy from Florida. Talking. Uzi Vert does numbers too, and I can't remember. Well, actually, I can't remember about 3 or 4 songs from him. But Uzi does crazy numbers. Crazy numbers. He ain't the greatest. But that boy, who I was talking about was Kodak. I was like, man, Kodak, he a little weirdo. And I can't get behind a lot of things he does, but damn, can he make a hit? That dude can make a hit. Super Gremlin is a classic. They're gonna be playing Super Gremlin 10 years from now.
This got really out of hand. I feel like also this needs to be said. I feel like you like Super Gremlin because of Debo and the 49ers. I feel like that's elevated that song in your like mental playlist.
It maybe subconsciously have, but it's still a smash. You don't like Super Gremlin? Oh, no, Super Gremlin is a smash. Smash. I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate because I'm a gremlin. What? Bars.
All right. Travis Scott don't get any in the 2020s.
Travis was on his way, and then he got halted. It's like, hold on, player. Travis gets there though. I mean, so Jesse. Okay, here's the question.
I mean, Ye's still dropping records too.
Yeah. Can NBA YoungBoy do what Travis did, as far as having festivals and all this other stuff? I say absolutely not. No. He can now. Granted, Travis got a little bit of the Kylie rub. You know, that helped him too. But NBA YoungBoy not doing that. That's a terrible thing. Cause that guy.
This really got out of hand.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night is brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment, whether you want to get that old roof replaced before the winter gets here, whether you want to inquire about those solar panels. You got an electric vehicle, you need a charger, ACR Solar and Roofing does that too. Again, give them a call. Tell them you heard about them here on D-Lo and KC. 916-481-7200. I promise they will take care of you. Immediately with there was no Giants last night, no WNBA playoffs. Like, where were we going to go? I was like, this is easy. Aaron Judge had another one. He is on pace.
Nice.
And then I was like, hey, sit down. Can we acknowledge what Albert Pujols is doing right now?
Yeah, got to.
Pujols, the Cards beat the Cubs yesterday 1-0. That one came from Albert Pujols, and I think he's up to like his 16th home run of the season. But the real story is he's actually creeping up on 700.
Yeah, what is it? Was that 694 or 693?
I think that was 693 last night. And not a number I thought like he's just not doing that anymore. He could do it.
Yeah,
he absolutely could get to 700 before the season. You know, they've already asked him, if you approach 700, you don't make it, you're going to come back next year. He was like, nope, this is it. I'm done, man. But the way it still seems far-fetched. He's going to get to 700.
Right.
But the way he's hitting the ball right now, it's like, stay on this heater, man. He might do it.
Absolutely. It's cool to see. I wasn't like a crazy Pujols fan during his heyday, but I respect who he is. Yeah. I respect the career that he's had, and I'd love to see him get to 700. I absolutely love to see him get to 700. I think he's at 93. I want to say he might be like 3 or 4 away from passing A-Rod, right? I think that's what it is.
He's approaching. Yeah, A-Rod is next to pass. Man, it'd be a hell of a story if Aaron Judge got to 61, because I still believe there is some luster to that number 61.
Aaron been struggling.
Well, he's on pace, though. He's still on pace. He hasn't lost pace. He's still on pace to get to 61. But for Aaron Judge to get to 61 plus, or even 60 plus, I guess, and Albert Pujols to get to 700, man, that's pretty dope. If it happens this year.
I think the reason my skepticism was, I think when we was on Sports Sunday, we said 70, and I think
that's right.
70's long gone. Like he ain't 70.
Yeah, we were. Well, I think we were talking about breaking the record. Then I think Sarah asked about 70, and I know it's not the record, but I still think there is some luster to the 61 number. And if you hit that or you pass it, and I think there's like 65s out there and 66s with McGuire and Sammy, but I think there's still something to it.
For sure.
Even if it's Barry, McGuire, and Sammy, you add Aaron Judge. That's 4 people in Major League Baseball history. Regardless of how you feel about those 4 people, still only 4.
And I'm not gonna, even though I'm not really tripping off of it, and 73 is the record, the all-time record. I'm not naive enough to discount that there would be people who would be like, this is the biggest home run hitting season by a clean player in Major League Baseball. Yeah. You know that's going to come. You know that's what they're going to say. And they're going to give them extra accolades for that. So,
yeah, okay.
All rise. I can't wait to say that. Another 55 to 60 times next year at Oracle Park.
Oh, good. We're doing that. All right. Yeah. No, that'd be really exciting.
Right before we get Ohtani,
because I'm sure. So the Giants went from penny pitchers to now they're just throwing billions of dollars around.
And they better be. I know that much. They better be.
Oh, the way that man, I don't like doing when I was on vacation, because the world has moved on. No one cares.
No, but I disagree. We like the while you were away,
bro. Like, my guy. What are you doing, Fernando Tatis?
Oh, that's right. You weren't here.
What are you doing?
And then look, James, I came out saying I believe Tatis, and then I got jumped by Jesse and James and the chat. And then I read some other things, and I said, you know what? I want to retract that. I do not believe him. He knew what he was doing.
Oh man,
damn, that's a killer. That is rough.
I just like. I don't believe a single professional. Like, if someone gets popped for cheating and they say they didn't, I just don't believe them. I absolutely don't. I'm not saying every athlete cheats, but I think every athlete will do everything they can to get better, to get back onto the field, to heal to whatever. Again, I don't think every athlete cheats, but if you get caught cheating and no, here's what happened, man, bro, stop it. You tried to game the system. You got caught. I was legit. That's the one story why I was away, because I really did try to, other than schedule day, just disengage. When that alert popped up, I was like, hold up. You got to be kidding. A baseball story of all things stops me in my tracks. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
That was tough. Because Tatis Jr., that's my boy right there. I like to see him play, but I mean, this is going to stay with him forever. And you know what the crazy thing is, Damian? I don't know why he was doing it, when he started doing it, all this other stuff. My speculation, and maybe it's just pie in the sky, is he took something to help him get him back, because he thought, this could be a World Series year. He wanted to play. So that was the case. But even like if he had been taking it forever, like, he doesn't necessarily fit the profile of what we think a PED user is. He's not like super big or anything else like that. He's actually pretty skinny. And like, the crazy thing is, you could make the argument, say he did take something, beforehand, and we don't even know how much that helped him physically. Could have helped him mentally. He's like, yo, I got this stuff and it's making me feel great.
Absolutely.
I feel good. Yeah. And he's turning and playing great.
Yep.
The actual, like, what it did to him physically could be zero. But just the mind, the power of the mind. And look, even if that was all him and, he had to get off of it or whatever the case may be, remember, it helped him nothing at all. But now his mind is going to be like, dang, can I do it without my stuff? Like, it had nothing to do with your performance. It's some of it is all in the head.
There's no excuse for cheating at all. But I am sympathetic to some of these athletes who are injured. Like, if you've ever, especially, I mean, with all of them, knees, I mean, shoulders are just brutal. The process is I always point to the famous Rudy Gay video where he's like flexing his foot after the Achilles tear, and he tweets like, you have no idea how big of a deal this is. But for guys who tear their Achilles, people who rip their shoulders, they're putting their hand on a wall and just moving it up the wall like 100 times. That's their workout. And then they'll walk away, come back, and then you do it again. I get how dreadfully slow that process can be for somebody. Like, yo, how can we speed this along? How can we speed this along? You could do this. Well, we could try this. Well, we could try something. We could try here. We got to be careful. I'm sympathetic. No excuse for it, but I'm sympathetic towards it because you kind of the way you want to get back out there. You think it's a World Series season. You think it's a NBA Finals season or a Super Bowl season, whatever. I'm sympathetic to that. It's just when you say you didn't, I immediately look at you like, come on, man.
Right.
You did. You just didn't do it intelligently. Like that's where, and unfortunately, that's what I believe baseball is. Football, I think, ignores it. They pretend like they don't.
Deer antler spray.
Absurd. This stuff is absurd, but they get away with it. Like I remember that football is going to start HGH testing. To the bet they caught a punter. Like I think that's the only guy who's ever gotten caught for HGH in the NFL is a freaking punter. Like, all right, your testing's legit. Gotcha. With baseball, I feel like you are just smarter. I think there are legitimate baseball tests. I just think that the drugs now, the chemists now, the Victor Contis, if you will, are smarter. And they know how to. And so if you get caught, you're dumb. Right. I think there are a lot more people in Major League Baseball that are cheating. They're just smarter.
Yeah.
That's what I think the difference is. Or they've got a better version of Victor Conti.
Yeah, and Victor Conti said it years ago. He said the cheaters are always going to be ahead of the rules and the testing. They're always going to be ahead. By the time you catch.
And you know why he knows that?
He did it.
That's his job. Yeah, it was his job to be ahead of the rules and the testing.
By the time you catch what you're testing for, they're already on to the new drug. Mm-hmm. That's just the people who are still, like you said, who aren't being smart enough to move on to the new drug. They still using the old thing, but they've already moved on. And by the time you figure out a test to catch that, they're on to the next one. It's always going to be like that. The only thing I don't agree with Victor Conti with is he tried to say, and once again, maybe I'm looking for Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. I don't think I am, but he tried to say the Jamaican track and field team was juicing. And I said, no. I think one of them did get caught, but he said specifically Usain Bolt. And I was like, Usain Bolt, what he does, that adds up physically. The guy's like 6'5". And if he knows how to run at 6'5", yeah, he's going to get them strides on you. Mm-hmm. Usain Bolt, no. He ain't on nothing.
Okay. Fine. Let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Would you be surprised if he was?
No.
See, that's that is like track's a lot like baseball. Like you almost expect it. Mm-hmm. Like that sport, I think the sport's still dirty. It was dirtier years ago. Like that sport has been like there's like all sorts of paperwork that Carl Lewis tested positive, for steroids during I don't think it was 84. I think it was like the era of 88, somewhere around there that he tested positive. But nothing surprises me in terms of professional athletes and drugs anymore.
No, I agree with you.
But with the exception of like something like, man, because how stupid are you? Like, what do you? Yeah, this is ridiculous. What are you doing? And then your excuse made it worse. I was like, man, I want to rock with you, man, but this is really dumb.
I'd be too paranoid to take something. Because it's random. I mean, I know you get tipped off or whatever, but I'd be like, be just my luck. They do a double test and somebody forgot to tell me today. Like, I'd be too paranoid to take it. There's some people who believe, especially coming back from injuries, that it should be legal in sports. To get them back healthy, they should be able to do whatever they need to get healthy.
I agree with that to a certain degree. The issue is there are different levels of this stuff. Mm-hmm. Like there is there's the 1942 brand, right? And then there's the Kirkland brand. the resources matter. You know what I mean? Like if you don't have the resources to get the top shelf brand, if you will, like you got to have the right people administering this stuff. You have to have the right team around you. Again, I completely agree. Like I've said this for years. If I could afford HGH, I'd be all over it.
And I need something right now.
Like I ain't cheating nothing. Like if I could get my hands on it, I'm spending hundreds of dollars on vitamins and caffeine. Give me some HGH. I'll cook with that. Absolutely. Like, because I do believe that there are just the ability to like work out, not hurt the next day. The ability to work out 2 days in a row. Like people look at they think you take like a certain drug and you look like, you know, you're shredded all of a sudden. You look like Finn Balor. Like, no, dude, like you got to work to get to that point. It's just the drugs help you work.
Exactly. Yeah. And I agree, Alfonso.
Elo's head would be twice the size it is if he last thing I need is a bigger head. 2, I just get a wide screen. I'd be like, look, y'all take this Barry Bonds joint in, man, because
and Alfonso's right. I mean, I did kind of catch that. Wow, shots fired at Kirkland.
No, Kirkland is
Kyle Madsen would be, doesn't he like Kirkland?
He loves Kirkland. But Kirkland but what is Kirkland? It's a nice, affordable brand that you could get in bulk.
Kirkland got crew necks.
Kirkland, like my concern with Kirkland is it's got crew necks and wine
and pretzels.
Like why are these things why is this in the same category? Like y'all got wine, crew necks, pretzels, ice cream, underwear. Y'all probably got oil. I'm
Hey, corn at the market. They do everything.
I admire the hustle, but daggone.
I remember this with Rob Brown, Marion Jones.
Oh, I remember that one too. Yeah. Hey, Scoop's with us next, right?
Yeah.
Scoop B joins us next here on ESPN 1320.
It's lit.
Oh man. Lord help me. I don't know if Deuce is listening. Deuce, I'm demanding you do a podcast tomorrow where you discuss Kirkland, hip hop, and HGH.
Yeah, that Marion Jones, that was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough. Who was she going up against at the time? Wasn't there somebody else that she was, or was she just by herself?
Another American?
Yeah, I thought so. Maybe it was just she was by herself.
I mean, it's probably only a matter of time. Like, just a little spot in Costco you show your ID to, and yeah, let's roll with it.
Oh, for sure.
One athlete.
Well, it wasn't Barry. Never got caught.
No, never got caught. One athlete that got caught cheating that hurt me.
I feel like I want to.
I have one.
I feel like I want to say Marion because that was tough. I really like Marion Jones.
Yeah.
Canelo? Oh no, my bad.
Oh, that felt like a shot. That felt like a shot. Boy, I sure was heartbroken. I sure was heartbroken when John Bones Jones got caught for the 14th time in a row. 14th fight in a row got caught.
That dude. Oh, Will Z. That was kind of tough at the time. When Melky Cabrera got caught, I was like, oh no, because Melky was balling that year. And he was like a little afterthought signing. Like it was like, oh, okay, you got Melky. Whatever, wasn't no big deal. And then he started balling. And when he was balling, he made the All-Star team that year. shortly thereafter, got popped for PEDs. Who else got popped? Somebody else got popped in 2010. Jose Guillen, I think. Ramsey remember that one. Jose Guillen would get popped.
I forgot Marion Jones played for the Shock.
Oh.
She played for the Tulsa Shock for like 2 seasons.
Completely
forgot about that.
She was really good at UNC, right?
She was all right.
Oh.
I mean, she was all right. I mean, it's an absolute Tulsa move. I don't think she had a contemporary. Like I'm just.
Yeah, maybe not. I saw somebody say Gail Devers. Gail Devers was a little before. She was like 96 or so.
Oh yeah, Gail Devers I think was 92.
Yeah,
because I think Gail Devers was in Barcelona.
Yeah, she did Atlanta too.
Oh, did she?
96. Gail, that was my girl, Gail Devers. The men's side used to be hot too. Michael Johnson and
what's my man's Maurice name from? Yeah, Michael Johnson, Maurice. What was my man who went to Tennessee that cheated?
Oh, was it after them?
Yes.
Yeah, what was his name? Gatlin.
Justin Gatlin. That's who it was, yeah.
I remember that. Track and field used to be a monster. So I think it was Rob talked about when they were here for the maybe that's who it was too, Allison Felix. Maybe she was going against, but she seems a little younger than
yeah,
Marion
I think
Jones.
She's younger.
But
Marion Jones was
Rob
2000.
talked about when they were at the trials. It was at Sac State. I went to that one. It was burning up out there.
I remember that. Yeah, it's like a million degrees. Yeah. The seeing elite runners in person is really a fascinating experience.
They've done a good job promoting that, like the national championships in the last couple of years. I wouldn't mind going up there one time.
Yeah. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Scoop B going to join us. Man, Scoop, Brandon Robinson, he all over this KD story from Jump. He's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. This Kevin Durant story ended exactly as we predicted it would, with nothing happening at all. Kevin Durant's going back to Brooklyn. And KD's not like, KD doesn't care what we think. KD doesn't care to give the scoop to somebody. KD doesn't care about any of that stuff. I still hope someone asks him, like, yo, what was your motivation behind this? Like, what was the reasoning that you went to Josiah and said, yo, you twice, I don't want to be here. And if I am here, I don't want these two here. Like, was this a legitimate? Do you have concerns about Steve Nash as the coach? Do you have concerns about the directions of the franchise? Do you really believe that this roster that you have out there can't compete? What is your concern with this organization? Above all else, I don't care about anything else. What led you to the moment of asking? Like, what was the driving force behind you wanting out of Brooklyn? Because I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I'm not sure either. I'm not sure what that was all about. There's a number of different things there when you talk about his contract, when you talk about a opportunity to win, having a team around him. Everything aside from maybe the coach and the general manager pointed towards Brooklyn being the best spot for KD. Or the easiest to get it done. If you wanted to get, I mean, hell, I mentioned those other things. What about just your reputation? And obviously, we know KD probably doesn't care, because you don't care what other people think. But what if he does? Like, if your reputation in that situation would take, and legacy would take such a huge hit, why even bother to go to a team, and any team that he went to would, at best, in my opinion, have the same opportunity to win it all that you have in Brooklyn. You're not leaving for a greater situation. It does. I think Brooklyn, I don't know if they still are, but at the right when the Warriors won a championship last year, they were tied for the best odds to win the finals this coming year. You can't get any better than that, really. So where are you trying to go?
And that we go back to, what was it, the day free agency started, the day before free agency started? Why? What is his end game here? And I firmly believe this even after the second meeting with Joe Tsai. I don't know what my end game is. I don't think this is going to work. I honestly think KD knew at some point relatively early in this process, this ain't going to work like I thought it would. Whether it was to get to Phoenix or whatever he wanted to do, I think he recognized pretty early this is not going in the direction he thought.
Now, I was as critical as anybody over Steve Nash in that first round series against Boston and the positions that he put Kevin Durant in and the offense and things of that nature. Very critical. But I'm never the one to and this is no surprise, I'm not sitting here saying they need to fire the coach. Like if I'm a player, I haven't been in those situations, and I haven't played for John Wooden, right? Like I haven't played for coaches like that. But at the same time, I've never been like, at least while I'm in it, saying, man, I need a new coach around me, or I need to go to a better coach, and that's going to help me win. Like I'm at basketball, you're out there on the floor. I know the coach is making substitutions and setting up your offense or whatever the case may be, but you're out there, you're in control. And especially if you're Kevin Durant, you got Kyrie on one side, you had James Harden on one side, on the other side, you got Seth Curry, things of that nature. Like I got more control to get things to where I want them to be than just bringing in a new coach. But KD's not the only one. You see all the time these guys, talk about they want the coach out of here. And I just don't understand that. I really don't.
Well, I think there's a direction. Like, I mean, Magic. I was told you I was watching the Hulu thing on the Lakers.
Episode, by the way, good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and like Magic asked to be traded or for Paul Westhead to be gone. Like that happened, and he talked about it, and to Paul's credit, he did too. He was like, I got away from what was working with us, and I tried to I tried to take this in a direction that we really didn't need to go, and it obviously it didn't work. I don't know. I still don't know whether Steve Nash is a good coach or not. I certainly had questions about the hiring. I don't think Sean Marks is a good general manager. I don't think he's a terrible general manager either. I think he messed up a good thing in Brooklyn. I don't think he's not awful. I just don't like what he did with this team. But I don't know. It's a weird situation though, because we're all gonna move forward together. Yeah, cool. So Steve Nash just gonna go back to coaching like ain't nothing happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what he's gonna do. I mean, I think at some point him and KD have to sit down and talk and either clear the air or say, look, this is what it is. This is where we're at. We're trying to win. Steve Nash, I need you. I'm your coach. We're going to have to figure out a way to make this work. And it could be something like that. But yeah, for the most part, they're just going to go right back to it. Aldrin J in the chat, he says something that I don't think this is why, but might have something to do with it. He says KD wanted to leave because he realized no one cares about the Nets in New York. So I had my ear to the street 15 minutes after that news broke. I was like, let me see what they talking about in these New York streets. The turn on my Odyssey app, get over there. this middle relief just has to be better. I got to be honest with you. Like, if we're trying to take the next step, by the way, it looks like, KD is staying and they'll have to work things out. But I'm telling you, you got Aaron Judge in a slump right now. And that's
yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't think that's just Brooklyn, though. I think that's basketball.
I think the Knicks would be a bigger story. I do believe that. But
would it be? I think we all look at it like, oh, it's the Knicks and then like little old Brooklyn. Okay, the Knicks might be bigger than Brooklyn, but the Knicks aren't bigger than the Yankees.
No.
I don't know. I don't know that it would be that much different. Is the point I'm trying to make? I don't know that KD is in Brooklyn because people in Brooklyn, like we're acting like he only plays in his home market. We're acting like the only coverage of Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets is the home market. No, basketball, the NBA, it's a worldwide game. It doesn't matter if Brooklyn isn't talking about you.
Right.
Chicago is, Miami, Sacramento is, and that's what really matters. Like, everybody is talking about you, especially today, because it's August 23rd. So you're either talking about Kevin Durant staying with the Brooklyn Nets, HGH, or early 2000s hip hop artists. That's pretty much the plate that you have to discuss from today.
Yeah.
Oh, they talking about Kevin Durant today. Like, I think that type of stuff. I get why people say it. I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, I do think if he was with the Knicks, they'd be talking about him more in New York, whether it matters or not to him. But I think it's the Knicks, and the Nets just got there. They just got there.
I mean, it's not like New Jersey is a lifetime away. Like, it's across the river.
Ain't nobody in New York checking for something in New Jersey.
I'm sorry, the New York Giants play in New Jersey.
But they're the New York Giants.
That's fraudulent.
If they were, I'll tell you like
this. San Francisco 49ers playing an hour away. It's fraudulent.
If the New York Giants said, no, we're going to change our name to, that's a little different because they've got lineage. But if they started
Jersey Jets.
Yeah.
New Jersey
if they started out in New Jersey, they wouldn't be checking for them in New York. So that's what happened with the Nets. They started in Jersey. Well, they started in New York.
All right. I guess. I guess.
That middle relief, though. No, you're right, though. Nothing is bigger than the Yankees, though.
But, I mean, didn't Trista hip us to that, after her some of her initial stints at WFAN? That, like, they
said when he first demanded a trade, like, they're like, oh, yeah, he demanded a trade. Yeah, more about the fifth starter. I got to talk about the fifth starter.
Right. It's just different out there.
It's the Yankees.
It's the Yankees.
Wow.
It's the Yankees. I'd still love to know the answer. I don't know who can ask the question. I mean, I don't know that he even directly would say it on the record. Maybe it gets leaked to Shams. Like, I'm not really sure, but yeah, right. Tune in tomorrow. Get Eddie Gonzalez here on the phone. How do you think we got here, though? Like, do you think it was as simple as, look, because some people want to do like Josiah's a strong owner, like he ain't bowing down to nobody. I think it was something more, and that's certainly possible. But I think it's something more along the lines of, it was the perfect cocktail of an emotional superstar who had 4 years left on his contract, a team that was exploring talks at just, an outrageous return. And it kind of got to the point where and maybe purposely got to the point where Brooklyn's like, look, Kevin, we can't do this.
Right.
Like, we're not trading you for pennies on the dollar. You and this is where you hype up his ego. You're Kevin Durant. Mm-hmm. We can't do that. And we can't get what we need in return. We have a team that can compete in this Eastern Conference. How do we move forward?
Right.
Part of me feels like KD be like, that's all good. Let's just move forward.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it took like super convincing.
And I think after this whole episode, seeing how the market was and what the options were, and they weren't really that great. I think KD and his team looked around and was like, all right, well, probably is, at the very least, this isn't the time. This ain't the time to do it. You know, we'll come back here. We'll work. We still have a great chance to win, but we'll come back here. We'll try and see if we can put something together. And if it doesn't work, then we try it again in the future.
Jesse, we got Scoop. I wasn't sure what that message sent. Okay. We got we got man deserves all the roses today. Let's welcome our man Scoop B. Brandon Robinson. Scoop. Hey man, hey, just get the whole bouquet, get the whole florist sent to your house, man, because you deserve all the roses for the Scoop on KD today.
Hey man, I'm just on my job. Just have the allies and you that recognize it. I mean, this is really a conversation that is really a revisit. And we put a cap on the pin, and here we are. You know, the Nets are going to be able to report to training camp and have media day on the 26th of December, and the 27th is when training camp starts. And you know, we can kind of focus on the task at hand, which really is number one, winning it back, but number two, taking the championship and bringing the world wasn't something that they don't have in basketball. So thank you for the acknowledgement, but the Knicks got some work to do, brother.
I think Scoop is in West Roseville. I can't confirm. Scoop. But that,
he might have been on a Bluetooth or something. See if he could get us off the Bluetooth and go straight to the or speaker or something like that.
We were that sounds awfully familiar. That sounds like I sounded a couple of weeks ago, Scoop. Like I didn't know Scoop was in West Roseville. He got the same internet I got. He got the same phone connection I got. I didn't know. We'll get Scoop back on the line here in just a heartbeat. Make sure we can get this. We don't want our first meeting with Scoop B to be ill. So we get things straightened out with his connection. He'll be back. Right. But making out through that West Roseville internet right there, you're talking about, this team is going to be together in training camp and they're going to be out there. And you and I were adamant. This is how we thought this was going to get resolved. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was going to get resolved today. Like I thought this was the resolution we'd get like a month from now.
Right. But see, the thing about it is I kept saying, you know how impatient I am. It's like, hey, either do what you do or get off the pot at this point. Yeah. Like, what are we doing? Are we going to make a trade? Are we going to keep him here? KD, do you still want to make this trade? If you looked around, we don't have nothing for you. What are you going to do? You're going to sit out? What you want to do? Because we got to move on. For me personally, the league needed to move on. And once again, there wasn't that much else out there for you. Like, what else do you want?
And that's like, just fascinated at how the conversation went. Did that ever get brought up? Like, hey, KD, have you looked around? Like, have you had a list, allegedly. Mm-hmm. You want to go to Phoenix? Okay. This is what Phoenix looks like with Kevin Durant and without the pieces that we're going to need to get this deal done.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can do that with team after team. You could throw into question KD being 38 at the end of the contract. You could throw into question how many games per season he's going to play. Next year, he's Kevin Durant.
All right.
Like to me, he's still penthouse level Kevin Durant. Jesse and Scoop are trying to work things out. It's just one of those things. Like we don't want to put a bad connection on the air. So if we can get things worked out with Scoop, we'll have him on. If not, we'll certainly reschedule. Mm-hmm. But I still think next year, this upcoming year, and maybe for the next couple of years, I still think he's that penthouse level player that we've often praised him to be.
I think so too.
The demise of Kevin Durant may be a little over exaggerated.
Yeah, I mean, and I just think it'll look a little different. We talk about it all the time. I don't think he could surprise us all, but I don't think he's an 82 game a year player. I don't think that's the case. But he's still somebody that, like he said, I'm Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's still that.
Let's bring Scoop live from West Roseville back here to the show.
I don't know where that is. New York is home, but if it's anything like Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I'm glad to be with you nonetheless.
It's probably different. It's just an area with a little bit rough of a cell phone connection, but it's all good. We've got you connected. Why do you Why do you think this got resolved today?
A couple things. Number one, the issue with the Nets and specifically players and the front office is there was mistrust, from my understanding, with Steve Nash as well as Sean Marks as it related to players. And some of it is, I think, one of the byproducts of player empowerment is players running the show and them knowing their roles and forcing hands. And some people may be intimidated by that process. And, you know, when you look at Sean Marks and you look at Steve Nash, I've always said that Steve Nash was a Sean Marks hire and not something that Durant and Kyrie agreed upon. From all of my reporting, Ty Lue was who Kevin Durant wanted back in 2019 as the head coach. And the two of them actually had a conversation from folks that I've spoken with. And, you know, essentially in that conversation between Lue and Kevin Durant, you know, Lue told Kev, you know, listen, if you want me to be the head coach, you need to talk to Kai. Kai and Ty Lue's relationship, many people think it's soured in Cleveland. They're cool, but there's a difference between going back into war with somebody and just, you know, being around them every day or casually. And so, you know, I know that Phil Handy, Los Angeles Lakers assistant coach, was Kyrie's choice back in 2019. And, you know, ultimately, I know that the Lakers would not grant him permission to interview for that job as an assistant. And so, you know, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So ultimately, as it relates to Kevin and the Nets, it's kind of a restart, if you will, or a situation where, you know, those guys need to work out whatever those issues were. I know that, you know, over the years, Nets have made some trades that have kind of backfired. I never thought that they should have gotten rid of Karis LeVert as well as Jared Allen, but here we are. You see James Harden, and he's came and went, and you have Ben Simmons, and you know, ultimately the Nets need to be on the same page and figure this out. I think they still do have a roster that could make it to the championship, but ultimately they got to be on one accord, be healthy, and a myriad of other things. And, you know, here we are now. So, you know, they did resolve their issues, and they still got an 82-game season to play.
So Scoop, I want to dig a little bit into what you mentioned as far as Steve Nash being a Sean Marks hire, not Kevin and Kyrie, which has been the narrative out there for a long time. Would you say the narrative about the player transactions goes the same way? Like it's out there that, oh, KD wanted Harden, KD and Kyrie wanted Harden, and they forced Sean Marks to do that. Was that also something that Sean just kind of did on his own and they didn't step in the way of it? And now KD is probably like, yo, you did that trade. We lost him. Steve Nash don't know. That's not who I wanted. I'm putting my foot down. Is that kind of how this whole thing is playing around?
So from my conversations with folks, Sean Marks did consult Kevin Durant on the ultimate James Harden move. As it relates to Kyrie, I know Kyrie and Karis LeVert had a good relationship, still have a good relationship. Their friends are friends and more. Jared Allen, kind of the same thing. In a situation like this, from folks that I've spoken to, I take that and raise you this. And I'll get back to your question directly. When Kyrie and Kevin came to Brooklyn, it was a package deal that included DeAndre Jordan. And it was almost like, yo, look out for my man. If you remember in 2019, Jordan was traded to the Knicks. He had his vantage point of what was going on in New York City. And ultimately, when he came in, he was a package deal. And that was kind of the line of demarcation of where they realized their power and their bargaining chip. As it relates to the head coach that they had previously, in Kenny Atkinson, you know, Kenny, I know, and he's spoken the world of the team to this day. He's living his best life as an assistant with the Warriors. But ultimately, the Nets, those players did not have the final say on who they brought in as their head coach. As it relates to James Harden, you know, he played with Kevin in Oklahoma, and you know, he knows Kai from playing USA basketball together. You don't turn down the opportunity to be teammates with James Harden. I don't know that they were against it, but I think that where things do go left is the perception that the reason why Harden left Brooklyn is because of Kyrie Irving. And if you pay attention to my reporting with Kyrie, one thing you can say for certain, two things for sure, when it comes to him or the New Orleans Pelicans, I'm spot on. So I say this with knowledge. Kyrie's relationship with Kevin Durant and the whole vaccination thing was not the reason for Durant's ultimate departure. The issue was James Harden's relationship with Steve Nash. Steve Nash and James Harden didn't get along, and ultimately, partially, why he requested the trade. And this is the fact that they were doing horribly with Kyrie being out. So the issue was more Nash than it was Kyrie.
Scoop, with Kyrie a free agent next year, what do you think the chances we're just back here again next summer?
I can't speak to that currently, because I think this is a conversation where we're getting to a point where guys are agreeing and they're going into training camp. But what I can say with him going into negotiations into the offseason, he wants a longer-term deal. What I can also tell you is that his wife is from L.A. They do maintain residence in L.A. In the offseason. He's here now in L.A. And I think that if the Nets are in a situation where they do win a championship or get a little further than they have the last few years, perhaps we can broach that. But right now, I don't think it's fair to the process to kind of forecast that, just because these guys are not only stars, but they're talent, and people change their mind all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Scoop sound like a player.
Do I?
Scoop sound like a player. Okay.
I mean, I'm 6'5", my brother.
Hey, man. Let's go. Can you shoot? We got a position down here in Sacramento. Back up Keegan Murray out here.
We need a wing.
Just give me a courtside seat, brother. I'm washed.
Oh, that's Kenny. Kenny got you. That's courtside Kenny over here. He got you.
Scoop, man. Hey, Scoop, come on out to Sacramento, man. We have a good time, man. We'll be do a little champagne and campaigning out here, you know.
Listen, man, 916. I'm gonna add that on my list during the regular season. I gotta come visit you guys and check you out.
Absolutely, absolutely. Scoop, real quick. Did you you paid attention? You're an NBA guy. You're a sports guy, really. So it's not just the Nets or anything. You paid attention to what's going on out here in Sacramento. You got any thoughts about what they did in this offseason? Keegan Murray, all that other stuff.
I like the Keegan Murray move. Yes, but I'll add. I really like Mike Brown's hire. I spent some time with Mike Brown during the finals between Boston and San Francisco. And he just was speaking reverently and glowingly about the opportunity to be a head coach in the NBA again. And he is of the mindset of, you just go in and make it happen. And I think one of the things that was beneficial for him, when Steve Kerr was out due to COVID, he really was scrimmaging as a coach, guiding that team in the playoffs. And I think that gave him some hidden confidence or an added confidence of kind of knowing what his role is going to be going into the season. But it's not going to be easy. I'm not talking about the Sacramento Kings as a championship team at all. But I do think that youth can go a long way. You look at the Pelicans last season. I was one of the belief that, that team together with Willie Green was going to do great things. And I think when you come in as an unknown and a young team, people don't have expectations. So I really feel like you should kick in the door, as the late, great Biggie Smalls would say. And I'm excited for their future.
Yeah.
You mentioned Biggie Smalls, and that's a hell of a segue there, Scoop, because this is really what we brought you on to ask you. This is a conversation. It was meant to be a little throwaway topic. We were just having some fun talking during a commercial break. It lasted an hour.
There you go.
I need you to take yourself back to the early 2000s. All right, so you got 2000 to 2010. Who is the rapper of that decade?
2000 to 2010.
Yeah.
Well, I'm partial because I like Jay-Z, but I feel like he retired in 2003. So you kind of have to share it. You have to share that with Weezy as well.
Yeah, but that was a short.
Too. Yeah,
it was a short retirement though, Scoop. That's kind of what we like. Kingdom Come dropped. American Gangsta dropped. I think the Blueprint 3 dropped. They all dropped in that decade.
Come on, man.
It was, but he still did it in a time when I feel like when Jay retired, you still had G-Unit who had a short reign. You had Cash Money that had a short reign. You or Young Money rather. Then you're in a situation where, in addition to that, you also have all the Southern rap. So you had Paul Wall. You had all those other guys. I listen. I'm gonna support Jay through and through, but Lil Wayne still had his run, and you can't sell him short. Then in the 2009, 2010, here came Drake.
This is true. And then, but here's the other thing that we just
listening.
I know, right? Here's the other thing that we kind of, I don't want to say discovered, but we went back and looked at some things. Ye got started around like 04, and he went college dropout, late registration, graduation, 808s, and then he had one more before. He had Dark Twisted Fantasy was 2010.
You're right, and I'll never forget Kanye because that college dropout was my freshman year. You never forget the music that came out their freshman year of college.
That's right.
I'm young. I'm not yet 40, so you bring up a good point. You got me on the spot. If you had me kind of sitting and processing a little more, the reception in this restaurant is horrible. You got me going in the bathroom talking to y'all like tunnels. Y'all got to give me some type of reprieve. I got to do this at a later time. But I think.
It's a fair answer. Like we settled on it is Jay. Like I think we definitively said it's Jay, but we settled on Jay, Ye, Wayne, and then if you did the fourth, it was probably Eminem.
Yeah, you can't sell him short either. I mean, I'll tell you this. I was telling my lady the other day one of the biggest songs that I enjoyed when I would go take a test in college or. If I was arguing with somebody, the last scene in 8 Mile. I know something about you. Clarence parents got a good old marriage. You hit it on the head with it. I think we've just been blessed with a ton of just good music.
Absolutely. Scoop, man. Hey, we appreciate you for sure. You got the 916 on your radar now, man. You got to come out here, Champagne campaign with us. And during the season, man, you're Scoop for a reason. Like you're locked in. You know your hoop. You know all your other stuff. You got to come on here during the season, man. We got to talk hoop with you more often.
You have my word. I will be there.
Scoop, we appreciate you. Thank you, brother.
Thank you for the opportunity to be myself.
Yes, sir.
That's my man, Scoop B right there. Kind enough to run off in the bathroom stalls to be able to have a conversation with us after it got off to a bit of a rocky start. I always appreciate it when folks go the extra mile to make things work. So, Scoop, we appreciate you. Great stuff from him, man. If you're not following Scoop B on Twitter, you're really missing out on some great NBA stuff. Give him a follow there. And again, I'm confident he was listening to our live edition of Corners of the Culture in the 12 o'clock hour because he went Jay first, went right into Wayne, and then had his memory refreshed with that's exactly what happened when we did this exercise live.
Yeah, man. The interesting thing that he said, I want to get your thoughts on it because he knows his nets and he's tapped into that. Let's just say that he's tapped into that. Your thoughts on the whole Harden thing? About Harden, it was Harden. It's been widely perceived that it was Harden and Kyrie. Yeah. And he says, I don't think it was that. I think it was more Harden and Nash.
It felt like the shoe had to drop with Steve Nash somewhere. Because if Kyrie is like, I ain't got no problem. Kevin Durant's like, I ain't got no problem. Somebody's got a problem somewhere. Harden, like, you know how I feel about James Harden. Like, okay, he has beef with he shouldn't have been there. Like, and I'm glad Scoop like talked about that. He talked about Jared Allen, Karis LeVert, how he liked that version of the Brooklyn Nets. He also spoke about why you go and get James Harden the opportunity to be teammates, which are I get that. I feel like James Harden's going to blow something up somewhere, and like if I'm here's a face turn, I guess I'll defend Sean Marks or Joe Tsai in this regard. If I'm going to be swayed about my head coach, it sure as hell isn't going to be from James Harden.
That's for sure.
And with all due respect, it's probably not going to be from Kyrie either. If I'm going to get swayed by a player, it's probably going to be Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant only. That's if I'm going to get swayed by a player. It's going to be Kevin Durant. I'm not going to get James Harden. You don't like Steve Nash? Oh, word? Okay. I'll try to move you. Like I don't see you as like James Harden. Like I felt that was bad from jump, and now I'm giving like prejudice analysis to your question.
But I'll say this though, the clarification that we may have gotten from that conversation, in that it sounds like from the start, because I think Scoop kind of implied that they were like, "Hey, take care of DeAndre Jordan, bring him here to Brooklyn." And then Sean might have just traded him to the Knicks. And you talk about Sean hiring Steve Nash when they didn't want Steve Nash. It's been reported that they wanted Steve Nash. We got information saying
no evidence at all that says that's true.
Right. Sean trained DeAndre Jordan. Sean getting James Harden, which is a good thing, but then allowing the Harden Nash thing to fester and mess up to the point where they get a Ben Simmons who can't even play for them during the playoffs. And we get done with the playoffs. And KD is, and I'm not going to put Kyrie in this because he said he ain't got no problem with nothing. But KD's probably looking like, look, man, like I'm done with this. Like you have run this whole thing into the ground. Mm-hmm. Like I'm done with this. You got a coach I don't want that my other guy that was here didn't want. You've got players in here that can't play. Like I'm done. Like you don't know what you're doing. And that leads a little more credence to him going to Joe Tsai and saying, I want this guy out because he ruining everything.
Completely agree with that breakdown. When did KD sign that extension?
Last year? Last offseason?
Was it last offseason?
I think so.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it was last offseason or during the season. I know it kicks into effect like now. Like it's now starting. It's not unheard of for a player to just sign a contract extension because it's put in front of them. It's guaranteed money. We're going to walk away from $170 million. I ain't going to walk away from $170 million. I'm going to sign it. I'll figure it out later. That is far more common in the NBA than I think people realize. Mm-hmm. Sign the contract, figure it out later. Sign the contract with zero intentions of seeing the end of it. I think that is a pretty normal line of thinking in the NBA. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was as simple as that's the breaking point. And it felt like after the sweep with Boston, something's got to give.
And I remember at the time, and KD might have been thinking the same thing. Remember, I would get on here and I'd be like, "What is Steve Nash doing?"
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like, what is he doing? That's the best he can come up with offensively. That ain't going. And Kevin was probably sitting there like, I'm done with this dude.
No,
like he's got me at the top of the key where there's a guy guarding me and the other four guys waiting for me. And we got KC in Sacramento talking about KD ain't doing enough. I can't. It's 1-on-4 every time because of this offense.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, this goes back to the question I asked you before Scoop joined us. So we're good? Because Steve Nash is still the coach. So if you're again, that line of thinking you just laid out makes complete sense. If that's accurate, what's changed?
I don't know. Maybe
because you're essentially even you've got Steve Nash, right? You still got Sean Marks, okay? And I'm not trying to minimize this. I think it's a great signing. Like you got Nick Claxton. He brought Nick Claxton, but he was already there. Mm-hmm. Did they sign anyone new?
Not that I can think of.
I mean, Patty Mills re-signed with Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
And you're the same team. The point I'm making in this really long-winded way is you're the same team that got swept by Boston.
Well, you're hoping,
every sense of the word.
Well, you're hoping Ben Simmons can play.
That's right. I forgot Ben Simmons was a Brooklyn Net. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot Ben Simmons was a Brooklyn Net. And that's funny because today I read he got cleared for 3-on-3 today.
Damn.
I know, so before we roll our eyes and remember the dude had surgery on his back.
He did have to. I forgot about.
Let's not minimize that. Dude had surgery on his back. All indications are he's going to be ready. He's going to play to start the regular season. The Pelicans have already said Zion Williamson is playing game 1. He's ready to go. Obviously, Brooklyn's not in a position to be able to say that with Ben Simmons, but it was in the report. The timetable is still he'll be good for 5-on-5 in camp. He's going to be good for the start of the regular season.
Yeah. Now,
but it's easy to forget that Ben Simmons is there.
Now, I forgot that he had back surgery. He just got cleared for 3-on-3. I guess the timeline is he'd be ready for opening night. I guess, yeah. So, I think
3-on-3 elevates to 5-on-5 pretty quickly.
Pretty quick. So, I mean, you get Ben Simmons back. I'm assuming Joe Harris is back. That's a good look as well. Joe Harris and Seth Curry on the wings.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, well, look, we're sitting here breaking it down. There's a reason they were the favorites or the co-favorites to win the NBA championship right after the finals ended.
Not to, you have an impeccable memory. You remember this off the top. Did TJ Warren sign there?
He did sign there. Yeah.
Okay.
TJ Warren, who we haven't seen play basketball in 2 years.
Well, any Kings fan will tell you, hey, go get Jonathan Isaac. No different. Like just take a flyer. All right. Let's get our brother Pablo in here really quick. 916-349-1320. Pablo, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, my guys? I'm kind of late to the program, but I'm always going to try to make you guys laugh. But in a way, this is kind of serious, because why KD decided to stick with the Nets is because the Kings put together a little nice package for KD, and then they might have threatened him, well, we're going to trade you to the Kings, and KD said, well, no, I'm cool with that.
That's what I heard too, Pablo. The meeting was simple. They went to KD and said, look, it's Brooklyn or Sacramento. Which one do you want?
He said, hey,
Steve.
We got a deal. We're going to Sacramento.
Hey, Sacramento got a better head coach.
Well, yeah, that's a fact.
Sacramento got a better head coach. Okay. We'll come back. I promise. 916-349-1320. There is some NFL stuff to talk about as well, some 49ers related stuff that we'll get into. As there was a practice today, is preseason tomorrow. There's some guys put on injured reserve already, so we'll touch on all of that. More on KD as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on ESPN 1320. No, it's all right. It's all good. It worked out fine. So I think we'll do a short, like we'll come back because we're going to have to do a short segment somewhere. So 28. Well, I guess we don't. Yeah, let's do the short here.
For sure. Oh no, let me take this. It's getting hot.
Yeah, I was surprised you left that on. Yeah, it's all love. Love our team. We can tell jokes. No one else can. I'm glad y'all was digging Scoop B, man. It's good stuff. Oh, that's tremendous. That's tremendous. Katie and Kyrie back in the lab. Strategic time to drop their workout video.
Oh, yeah, they back. They back, baby. We out here. We in the gym. We working. KD and Kai.
And Duke had themselves a little day yesterday.
They did?
Yeah. Number 3 in the country. Number 3 recruit in the country.
Oh.
That's their biggest recruit so far.
That's another, I'm assuming number 3. Oh, for next year?
Yeah.
This young lady is going to be a senior this year.
Yes.
In high school. Okay. Because I was about to say that's 2 McDonald's All-Americans from the same class. That'd be good. But 2 McDonald's Americans back to back is not a bad thing either. Yeah. That's a good look. Yeah, when are they playing in the Hornet Invitational? All right. I'm trying to go to a Duke game. When are they playing in that Sac State Hornet Invitational? They playing at the Sacramento Holiday Classic. So I can go see Duke play.
No. Oh, we can go see Duke play. We're going to have to get on a plane to do it. We got tickets to see Duke.
I want to see Duke play. When they probably ain't even coming past the Mississippi.
Yeah, probably not. No, probably not.
Well, in a couple of years, we may be able to go see him at Cal when they're in the Pac-12. The way things are going, Duke joining the Pac-12 here.
Oh, we can always go see him in the. Why isn't this 2022, 2023? Why is their schedule not up? We can always go see them in the Final Four when they get there.
Yeah, there's that too. Or we can see him. We'll definitely be able to see him at the Final Four when it's in Sacramento. I'm crossing my fingers. I think that's about 5 or 6 years from now. But Prague.
I didn't see that. I did not see that.
And it's not crazy. I mean, this could be a KD, Rudy Gobert situation, but Lamar's more accomplished than Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson got all guaranteed.
Yeah. We got the Phil Knight legacy in Portland.
Oh, that's right. Thanksgiving. I want to go to that bad, but I can't for obvious reasons. I'm not going nowhere, but I wanted to go to that bad. I think, Jeff was saying, like, Jeff said, come up here. PDX was like, come up here. We'll get tickets. It's all good.
That'd be yeah. November 27th.
Pragmatic.
I might be doing the show live from Portland. They got Connecticut on the 25th.
Dude, at the PK Classic?
Yeah. Yeah, they got Connecticut on November 25th. Ain't no show to do that day. Man, okay.
That's gonna be lit.
I might.
Yeah, you might need to make that move.
I might have to do that.
Make that move.
I might have to do that. Live on the Odyssey app. Great way to listen to us on your smartphone, tablet, laptop, desktop, whatever it may be. You can also watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on 1320 AM. We're on 98.5 FM HD2. If you got one of those cars that don't allow AM radios like Kenny does. So,
who taught me that?
Deuce Mason taught us that.
Because I wanted to finish the college basketball. Pragmatic pessimist. We were talking college basketball during the break, and he said, aren't the Duke men playing at St. Mary's? I'm not sure about that. He was talking about somebody big is coming to St. Mary's this year. I'm not sure about that, but I do know Kentucky is going to Gonzaga.
Okay.
So that's something I think Gonzaga has been trying to get a team like that, a blue blood, so to speak, at Gonzaga on campus for years. They always had them go to Seattle or something like that, but they finally got Kentucky on campus this year.
Kentucky's still a big draw?
Yeah.
Just because of Cal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Kentucky. It's Kentucky.
I know. That's what I mean. Like, I get it. Okay. Say, broadcast your list, man.
They're like Duke. They're like Duke. Duke is all over the place too.
Okay.
I think.
Well, so I asked a question regarding that with someone we are familiar with at Duke. You'll never guess who. But she was speaking at a freshman orientation, and it was I think it was her, and then it's Shire.
Mm-hmm. Shire, not Nick, not Luke. Damn, is it Luke Shire? It might be Luke Shire.
It's Shire, and I was happy that I remembered that. So, she was like, "Oh, they're not even going to pay attention to me because they're going to be waiting to hear from him." And I was like, "Are you sure?" Because I feel like so much of Coach K, so much of Duke basketball is Coach K, and now with Coach K gone, is the cachet still there? Is it still exactly the same? Because I don't think people are going to blow past. You're viral. I don't think people are going to blow past you to get to the first year head coach. And she was like, no. That hasn't happened yet. John Shire. That's right. She's that hasn't happened yet. The lore is still there. Hopefully it never happens because it just means he picks up and keeps the program moving. But yeah, the lure, I wondered if like some of the luster of the program would drop off a little bit, because Coach K was such a, like we were talking about with Cal a second ago, Coach K is such a massive figure that does, how much does that change around campus now that he's gone and it's a first year guy in, and it has not. It doesn't. It's still Duke men's basketball. Yeah, it's still Duke.
That Duke brand is crazy. It's a crazy brand right now. And it reminds me, that's because me and Jesse, we had, some fun with some of the topics while you were gone. And Jesse asked, because he was talking about the Yankees. And you're like, the Yankees they've won one time in the last 15, 20 years or whatever. And they're overrated. And then we came to the conclusion, to Jesse's credit, we're like, well, who's the Yankees of the NBA? And it's the Celtics. They've won like one championship in like 40 years, but they carry themselves like the Celtics, right? And we went through all these with Cowboys or whatever. Cowboys were in a class of their own, to be honest with you. But Duke men's basketball, are they the Yankees of college basketball? When was the last men's title? They have like 2 in the. Yeah, it was Okafor, right? Okafor and Ty Jones, I think, were ball. And what's his name was a freshman and balled out. The dirty player in the NBA now, Grayson Allen. Grayson Allen was the freshman that year and like really helped them beat Wisconsin. I think that was the last one.
2015 was the last one. 2010 before that. 2001 before that. 1992 before that. And then.
Yeah, they're not it. As I would think about this, who it actually is it's Kentucky.
Kentucky doesn't have any.
They got one. Anthony Davis. That's it.
Anthony Davis. That's right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they've got since 96.
That's why I asked, like, is Kentucky still, but I guess it's Cal. Like
it's Cal, and he's got a ton of NBA players. Like they've got some of the more famous college teams in the last decade or so.
But how many have been in the last 5 years?
Not many. I mean, I think the last great team they had was De'Aaron and Monk. That team they were kind of superstars. Oh my gosh. Why'd I say that?
Nothing starts a fight better than bringing up a suggestive term or subjective term like superstar. It did. We had a nice little gathering this morning, and someone mentioned LaMelo Ball, superstar, and I couldn't help but think, like, wait a minute, is LaMelo Ball a superstar? Wait a minute, and I'm working it in my head, like LaMelo, like young, not quite commercial. He's on his way. I think that's what we settled in. It's like he's on his way to being a superstar.
I'm giving. I don't know. I right now I want to give him superstar status.
I get it.
Because when you talk about, number one, what he's done in the NBA, but remember, we've known LaMelo since he was like 13.
Yeah, that's another another factor into that. Yeah, he's been on the scene for a minute and hasn't disappointed. By the way, it was always stated he's the best one of the three brothers. He's the one, and yep. He absolutely is. He is that dude. He is the one of those three brothers. He's a hell of a ball player, man.
Yeah. So LaMelo is. I feel like he's. I'll just play it safe and say he's on superstar status or whatever. But
he's tracking.
He's tracking.
But again, right? it again is what starts the fight. What is a superstar? Mm-hmm. The best basketball player, or someone who has universal appeal?
Right.
And LaMelo has a lot of appeal. I think he's ascending because you got it. There has to be a combination of both. Like you still have to have a certain level of flow on the court. You have to be a certain caliber of player on the court. To me, you could be a great NBA player, but everything else can make you a superstar.
Absolutely. It's. I said it yesterday. There are boxes that need to be checked off to the superstar. There's not a lot of people that check off all the boxes. Those are your super mega stars. But if, say, for instance, that there's 5 categories, if you can check off 3 of them, I think you're potentially a superstar in that respect. And I think Jokic is a superstar or whatever. The interesting thing about Jokic is, I remember James was talking about how like Kyrie's not a superstar because LeBron was the guy on those Cavs teams. And he's right. And a lot of people have made that argument. And I was like, well, what has Jokic ever done? They're like, he made it to the conference finals. I was like, oh, okay. So I look back. Jokic was the second leading scorer on the conference final. So is that his Kyrie Irving moment?
Was he riding Jamal Murray's coattails?
Jamal Murray in that playoff averaged 26 and a half. Jokic was at 24.
Yeah, it's I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again.
We're putting superstar in a box.
Yes, that's hey, good call right here. In the box. On that note, we don't do that. We're just gonna break just to end the superstar thing and never discuss it again. We're gonna take a break. We'll come back. There's some NFL news and notes to give you as well. We'll dive back into the NBA. We think the Professor Jason Jones is going to be with us in the final hour. So plenty more ahead here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
All right. 13th round. Let me get my clock ready. Ready. Great. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my guys over at Meister Watches. Ryan, the whole crew. Javon, what up, man? How you doing? And I want to talk about the winner of the big fight this past Saturday between Usyk and Anthony Joshua. I talked yesterday about Anthony Joshua and everything that he had going on after that fight, the meltdown that he had in front of the world, which was very disturbing. But Alexander Usyk won the excuse me. Let me take it from the top. Let's take that from the top. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Shout out to the 13th round. To my big ups to my people over at Meister Watches. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan, the whole crew. And I got to talk about the person who won the fight, the heavyweight bout on Saturday between Usyk and Anthony Joshua. Alexander Usyk. We spent yesterday talking about Anthony Joshua and the meltdown that he had in front of the entire world. And that was tough to see. I say yesterday, that was tough to see. But make no bones about it. The winner, the champion, the champ right now is Alexander Usyk. And he deserves his flowers. Usyk, from everything that I've seen of him, from everything that I've been introduced to him, seems like a stand-up guy. Seems like a good guy, a hard worker. He's defied the odds coming up from cruiserweight to be the heavyweight champion of the world. He's a supreme fighter. I don't really have no issue with Usyk, man. So good for him to get that victory and to redeem himself, not even redeem himself, but verify himself as a legit heavyweight champion. Now, here's where the issue comes in. Of course, Tyson Fury had to hop in the limelight on Saturday, who after like 3 days ago saying he was retired, hopped in and said, I'll beat them both in one night. Shut the hell up. I can't stand Tyson Fury. I really can't. And now they're talking about Usyk and Fury. And I understand that's for undisputed in the heavyweight. I get all that, why people are excited. I'd want to watch the fight. I get it. But ain't nobody clamoring for that, man. Like that. First of all, I think Tyson Fury would win. No shade to him. I think he's the best heavyweight in the world. But I'm really just tired. I'm ready for Tyson Fury to go away. Like, I can't stand him. And he thinks he's funny. He thinks he's clever. He thinks he's charismatic. And he's none of that. He's really just annoying. And he's somebody that you really can't trust, to be honest with you. That's really what it comes across as. He's a snake. That's how he comes off. He comes off as a snake. And I'm ready for the snake to leave. So Alexander Usyk, I hope you get an opportunity for a big payday against Tyson Fury and you get that fight. And then I just hope Fury goes away after that, please. That's the 13th round. There we go. I'm with it. Yeah, you would come in there and, try to, oh, yeah, I'll beat both of these doozers in one round. Like, shut up. That's what I was about to ask you. You'll know when he fights Wilder. I don't think in this Usyk one is a bigger deal, but the two fights before, yeah, he's can't stand that guy. He's a hell of a fighter. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. He's a hell of a fighter, and he's the best heavyweight in the world. He's a Hall of Famer. Take nothing away from his skills. I'm not a fan of his moves, the way he moves. Not a fan of it. I ain't mad at it. I hear you.
Wait, who's making you feel bad about Lamar Jackson?
Mm-hmm. That's facts.
Yeah, that's goofy.
That's facts.
It dawned on me.
Mm-hmm.
49ers had to cut their roster down a little bit today. I think we went from 85 to 80. Here's a couple of notes. Not cut, but Jason Verrett went to the pub list. So he's out for, I think that's the first 4 games. Yeah. So he's out the first 4 games before he's eligible to return. A couple of other cuts that were made. I don't think these are names that are going to get anyone's attention, so we don't need to go over them one by one. But the 49ers did cut from 85 to 80. They cut 3. 2 went to the pub list, including Jason Verrett. He went to the pub list. So we're still 1 week from today before final cuts, before they get down to 53. And then, that's it's next Tuesday is going to be far more interesting than this one, because 85 to 80 is easy work. 80 to 53, that's different. That's a different animal right there.
That is a lot.
And what happens with Jimmy Garoppolo one way or another is going to be a story. By the way, shout out to 95.7 The Game. Did you see what your boy Brett Favre said? Like, again, for like the 5th time.
No, what did he say now?
So for like the for like the 5th time, Brett Favre said that Jimmy Garoppolo should start over Trey Lance. He's a proven winner. That's what Brett Favre said.
I mean,
my personal opinion, I would go with Garoppolo. He's not He's not as flashy, not near as flashy. He wasn't their first round pick, and no offense towards Trey Lance, but what Jimmy has done is win and win and win and win.
Oh. Let's pipe down a little bit there, Brett Favre. He's 1-1.
I mean, doesn't
2 seasons there. Let's settle down. Yeah, it's not like and this is coming from a Jimmy defender, and I do believe when he's healthy, they have a great chance of winning. But people act like he got 8 straight 10-win seasons. That's not really the case either, and he can never stay healthy.
Brett's done this before. Like he's talked about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance before. And I mean, he's steadfast in his convictions. He has said from jump that he thinks that Jimmy Garoppolo should be the starter. I just like you're content with just being okay, or maybe your thought is you were good enough to get to the NFC Championship game You know, you're good enough to win it. You were good enough to get to the Super Bowl. You've got to be good enough to win it. I don't know. I just feel like, Jimmy was cool, but like I think that position is upgradable. Mm-hmm. Now, whether Trey Lance is that upgrade or not, we don't know. Like we have no idea. But Kyle believes that it is. John Lynch believes that it is.
No.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now if Trey Lance is an upgrade.
Brett Favre.
I thought that was interesting.
Kings fan, Brett Favre.
Get big Kings fan, yes. Still one of the stranger Golden One Center sightings this season. Got a text. Hey, are you at the game? Nah, I ain't go tonight. I think Brett Favre is sitting courtside. What? And wasn't he with somebody?
It was Chuck Liddell, I think.
Of course it was. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't Brett Favre be sitting next to Chuck Liddell at a Sacramento Kings game at the Golden One Center?
Yeah, man.
Jesse says Brett Favre's the one who's been putting down all those bets on the Kings.
Him and Chuck Liddell, they both been putting them down.
That's his foundation money. He's putting it on the table on the Kings.
Speaking of Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan spoke a little bit about it, and he said, quote, "I communicate with Jimmy all the time. Looks same as always. Looks really good. Looks exactly the same after the shoulder surgery. Any scenario is possible."
Okay.
So here's one thing I will say.
Just for the record, there's not anything is possible. They're not paying this man $25 million.
I don't think they will either. I don't think they will. I think they'll cut him. But I will ask this question. At this point in the game, it's not really hurting anything. Like the $25 million you owe him, that's already been allocated. The rest of your cap has already been allocated for this season. Maybe, and I don't know their cap situation right now, maybe that keeps you from having the flexibility to trade for like an offensive lineman or something like that. Maybe so. But say this go into an alternate universe. Let's get crazy. Say they keep him here after the deadline. He's on the roster for $25 million.
Mm-hmm.
Financially, what does that hurt for this season?
I don't have an answer to that. My guess would be nothing.
Yeah.
That's my guess, but I don't. That's 100% a Kyle Madsen question. It just doesn't. So you're like, I understand from a cap standpoint what you're talking about. You're going to spend $25 million on a backup quarterback just because.
So here's the other scenario. You got Nate Sudfeld and Brock Purdy, who they look fine in the preseason game against the Vikings, but Purdy's never played, and Sudfeld has been on a roster. So let's say, for instance, you went with Purdy as your backup quarterback. You're gonna have Trey Lance. No, I didn't ask you anything.
Alexa, she's just trying to help. Don't get hot at Alexa.
I didn't ask her anything.
Well, she wanted to be. Everybody wants to be a part of D'Lo and KC. So does Alexa.
But you're going with Purdy, who's a rookie who's never played, as your backup, and Trey Lance, who's played 2 games, that's your quarterback room. I don't know.
But isn't that what most quarterback rooms look like?
Not 2 guys that have never played. Maybe one, whether they're the starter or the backup, that that's whatever. Man. But 2 guys that never played.
Was it Kyle Orton
and Rex Grossman?
I think Kyle Orton with the Cowboys got one of the richest backup quarterback contracts in history. And it was like $7 or $8 million. Talking $25 million. Hell, it ain't my money. If they want to keep them, keep them.
My
paycheck stays the same. They can do what they want to. It's just it's a.
I get you. I understand. I think they move on. I think they cut him. But if why wouldn't you cut him now?
Maybe because
we're like the deals aren't going to get any better for the most part.
But maybe that's what they're trying to. If they hold on to him, you're convincing a team. No, we're there's a reason we're not cutting him. We're in talks. I think everybody on the planet knows they're talking to who,
right?
Like maybe Cleveland, and that feels like a big maybe at this point, and maybe Seattle. Shoot, that feels like a big maybe at this point. Who would San Francisco even be talking to in regards to Jimmy Garoppolo?
There's nobody.
But I feel like that. But I think that's the only reason they're holding on to him is they're literally going to take this as far as they can.
Well, look.
The question is, do they? To me, the question is, do they burn a roster spot 1 week from today to keep Jimmy Garoppolo on until they get to week 1?
And that's the other thing. I don't think they do because I think. For the most part,
crazy.
They like Sudfeld and Purdy as backups. Like I think they're okay with those guys skill wise. You may be worried about Purdy's experience and Sudfeld's experience along with Trey Lance's. It's a very inexperienced quarterback room, but skill wise, I feel like Kyle. If they had to go with him for a half or maybe a game or two, Kyle's probably like, if we had to go with him for 2 games. I could steal one of those games with these guys. Like I can do that. So I don't think they would waste a roster spot because of that. But also when you talk about who are they talking to, I don't know because I don't think anybody is that desperate for a quarterback that they paid $25 million this year. And that's what they'd be doing.
No one's trading. Yeah, right. No one's trading him. No one's trading for him. Absolutely no one.
Well,
if Cleveland's interested in Jimmy, you're calling the 49ers bluff that they're going to cut him and you're going to be able to sign him for 2, 3, 4, 5 million, whatever. When was this article dated? This article was dated in May. According to Spot Track, the San Francisco 49ers currently have 43 players under contract and have spent $206.8 million. The salary cap is expected to increase to $208.2 million. They might have to cut Jimmy just to get under the cap. But it feels like and all I'm trying to do is answer the question of like, if the money can't be allocated somewhere else, why not just keep him? I just don't think you do that for. I don't think you do that for. If it was $12 million, shoot, I probably would do it.
Right.
I mean, if they're, I mean, you talked to Jimmy Garoppolo too. I would think you would at this point also. Like, there's nothing out there for you. Like, we're happy to keep you on this, this roster, keep you around the team. But again, I don't. You mentioned this. It was yesterday or when it's not like he's going to meetings. It's not like he's at practice. It's not like he's a part of the game plan. It's not like they're not planning for Jimmy Garoppolo to be there.
No,
they're very much planning for him to be gone.
Yeah, he's completely like non-existent from this team, from the team. Like Kyle say, I may see him, I may talk to him, but as far as team-wise, he's nowhere to be found. He's nowhere to be found. They don't bring him into anything. Now, I'm sure the offense is the same, so it wouldn't take long for them to say, hey, we need you here. Can you run banana YX or something like that? And he'd know it. But he don't even have a playbook, I don't think. You don't even have a playbook.
I wouldn't give him one.
Oh.
Like, you ain't taking this with you. I don't care if you're going to Cleveland. I don't care where you're going. Because there's always the underlying thought that it could be Seattle. We're not giving you the playbook.
Right.
I don't imagine it's that different, but I do imagine it's a little different for Trey Lance versus Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy out there screen picking these plays and sending them to his personal email.
Sending them to Pete Carroll.
I'll show guys for getting rid of me. You want Trey Lance, huh? Want Trey Lance, huh?
What is that dude's future?
Jimmy?
Like Jimmy's like seriously, what is his future in the league? Is he a backup quarterback?
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Feels that way.
That's crazy.
It is
crazy. The second coming and went to 2 NFC championships, and he can't get a job.
He's gonna what's gonna have to happen is he's gonna have to go somewhere like Seattle and prove that he can play without Kyle Shanahan. Because right now, I don't know if it's true or not. I think Jimmy's a solid quarterback anyway, but the perception is, oh, Kyle just held your hand to those wins and all this other stuff. And he's going to have to go somewhere and show like, no, I'm a good quarterback by myself. And if he can go to like Seattle this year, and they probably won't win a lot, but if he's good, if he's solid, that could be a way to be a starter in the future. Seattle's atrocious.
Yeah, they're
Did you
bad.
see him the other day? You probably didn't. You was out campaigning at the Bamboo House. But
living that life.
They played the Bears on Thursday or something. Just awful. Seattle's awful.
Until week 3?
2.
Sorry.
Well, the Niners lose to the Seahawks team.
Stop the music. Stop the music.
Bro, I'm going Hal McRae on live radio if they lose to the Seahawks.
Oh my.
Team stinks.
Kyle Shanahan said today that the 49ers plan to play Trey Lance in the first half of Thursday's game against the Texans. Kyle also said he won't go past the first half. It'll be the first half at the most. So it sounds like their plan is to play him at the entire first half, but there could be some adjustments based on the flow of the game. Kyle Shanahan also said today in his post-practice media availability that Elijah Mitchell, who's been dealing with a hamstring, is on schedule to play week number 1. The team will have a walkthrough tomorrow, and then they're back on the football field for their final preseason game on Thursday. It's kind of why we saw that clunky structure on Saturday when they played preseason game number 2. But we'll head into the final one, and then that'll be it. There is no 4th preseason game anymore. Final roster cuts will be on Tuesday, and then we'll just be counting down to the start of the NFL season, that first game against the Chicago Bears.
Getting closer and closer. And I just want to get through Thursday. No injuries, no issues. And you get out of there and get ready for week 1. Get ready for the season. I always come on here and I talk about how good the 49ers are, how good I think they're going to be, their roster and everything. I'll play the other side. And the thing that really does concern me and worry me is the offensive line. I'm not sure what's going on there. McGlinchey, I think Kyle Shanahan gave a couple of quotes today saying he's encouraged by some of the things that are going on with McGlinchey. But that's just for him to play. Yeah. We're not talking about if he's going to be good and be productive. They got a rookie, I forgot his name, at left guard, who's looked solid. Colt McCovitz hasn't been great at the right guard position. There's a lot of question marks outside of left tackle on that offensive line. And that does worry me.
So does it
worry about offensive line?
Does it worry you because you have a first-year quarterback back there, or does it worry you just because you have a quarterback back there?
It's just because we have a quarterback. I mean, I think about let's just talk about those Seattle teams or Russell Wilson. And I'm not saying Trey Lance is Russell Wilson, but they had a good enough team. Their team was good. Their defense was good. Their offensive line was always terrible, and that's what a lot of the times kept them from getting to another level, because Russell was running around for his life. Or he'd have a game where he gets sacked 6 times, and it just kind of torpedoed everything. And they needed Russell Wilson a lot of those times to be Russell Wilson to come away and do something spectacular to win. Trey Lance, for my money, as much as I like him, he ain't gonna be prime Russell Wilson this coming season.
Mm-hmm.
So if he gets sacked 6 or 7 times, that might be enough to just lose.
There is a recipe for, piggybacking off of what you're saying there. There is a recipe for disaster for Trey Lance. Like if that offensive line is as sketchy as everyone seems to believe that it is, and you end up with one of those, I'm not going to go so far as to say a David Carr situation, but you end up in one of those situations where your offensive line can't protect you, and then all of a sudden you're getting, even if you're not getting sacked, you're getting hit multiple times a game. You're getting pressured multiple times a game. And those little nuances of just simple timing with your receivers, you lose that.
Yeah.
You could lose it early. Like right. You've got to the offensive line is the one position group that may need to peak at the beginning of the season. Like if you're going to disintegrate, you're going to give Trey time to figure out how to be an NFL quarterback. Give Trey time to understand the speed of the game, and then be able to make adjustments once you get to week 7, 8, 9, 10, rather than him running for his life on the first snap of the game against the Chicago Bears.
Right. The one thing I'll say about this, and I'll give credit to Kyle Shanahan on this one. And you mentioned Derek Carr or David Carr, which is like the worst case scenario, right? Like that's not going to happen. But also, and I don't remember, I wasn't a Houston Texans aficionado at the time, so I'm not sure. But I also don't think Kyle would just, if the offensive line couldn't protect, he wouldn't just drop Trey straight back every time. Sure. Be like, why? He would start to do rollouts, start to do bootlegs, maybe some what are they called, tunnel screen passes to the side to just get the ball out quicker. Now, the other defense may be on that, and like you mentioned just now, may affect your timing and may, close gaps that you may have to get the ball, windows that you have to get the ball in there. That may be affected. But I don't think Kyle would just let Trey sit back and, be a statue out there, get killed.
No, you're right. But you also have to play him at quarterback, not as the guy who hands the ball to Elijah Mitchell or Davis Price or whoever. Like you've got to let him play quarterback because now you're starting to rack up years where my man has not played quarterback, be it in the NFL or in college. Like at some point, we've got to see Trey Lance as a quarterback, which again is why I think it's so important. That's why the McGlinchey news was so frustrating, because it's like you're going to deal with this stuff. The offense, you're going to deal with this stuff across the football team. It's ridiculous to think the 49ers or any football team that you're a fan of is going to go the entire year without being injured. But for the weakest position group for the San Francisco 49ers, especially the way, that position, it's just constant physicality the entire game.
Right.
Peak the first quarter of the season. Give Trey time to figure out how to be a quarterback. Give Trey time to remember sitting in the pocket, being able to move around, letting, whether it's Ayuk or Debo or George Kittle, find their routes, find their timing, do all of that stuff. And then if you just that's all right. Like I've got my feet underneath me, so to speak, if I'm Trey Lance.
Oh.
It goes back to they just didn't do enough to fix it.
No, they didn't.
What it boils down to, they just didn't do enough to fix it.
They're hoping that what they have is enough.
Kyle's constant chase for running backs.
Man, and he finds them too.
I mean, he does, but damn. Well, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to bring him up.
What I mean is, like, he took Davis Price went in the 3rd round, right?
Yeah. Now,
isn't that exactly where Trey Sermon went last year?
Now, to be fair, he could be saying, "Well, damn, I had to take another running back."
Well, sure. Well, okay.
I had to.
Well, what was the Jordan kid? Where was he drafted?
He was undrafted, I think. or he might have been 7th round or something like that.
At this point, Kyle Shanahan, I'm the god of running backs. I'm not drafting them anymore. I'm addressing other needs on my roster. I'm signing undrafted free agents, and I'm going to make them.
The funny thing about Jordan Mason, who may make the squad at running back, is like, I was listening to something and they were talking about, I saw him at Georgia. I saw him come from Georgia Tech, and I figured, he's just somebody that fell through the cracks and dominated at Georgia Tech or whatever. And they said they looked up their stats. It was like, nah, he didn't do much. Numbers aren't that impressive. And he gets to the Niners, and here he is about to be in the NFL.
I feel like, the perfect guy to take a chance on you, right? Like Kyle Shanahan, who just loves these types of. He doesn't want. The 49ers ain't going to get into the Le'Veon Bell sweepstakes.
Kenyon Drake.
They ain't going to go get Saquon Barkley. No.
Crazy.
But would it?
Yeah. It'd be crazy if they got Saquon or Christian McCaffrey.
I feel like, sometimes you just got to own your L's. And I'm getting concerned that Saquon Barkley was a major L for me.
Well, I wouldn't say major.
The Giants stink, so maybe that's not fair. But I really like Saquon Barkley coming.
And also considering you weren't the only one. Like considering the hype coming out of Penn State, he was supposed to be the next Barry Sanders, the next all-time great running back. And I like him. I think he's a phenomenal football player. Can't stay healthy. He's on a bad team. I'd like to see him in a better situation, but that doesn't discount the fact that 4 years into his career now, and we don't really have nothing. They were, what was it? Hard Knocks, but Barry Sanders was a part of Hard Knocks, that second episode, and they were showing highlights. Episode, and it comes on tonight too. I saw the first one. I don't think you were here when I said. No, you saw the first one. Yeah, you got the sound. We got the. Yeah, we did it. There will never be another Barry Sanders. That player that did that I don't think will ever exist again. Like that type of human being does not exist. Special. Like going back, like when they were showing those clips, I was like, oh my God. Like there's no one close. Like not even like Earl Campbell, Bo Jackson, those physical Derrick Henry. Like you could draw a comp somewhere. There's no comp for Barry. No. None. And I don't think there ever will be. Barry looked like he was like 5'2". And they couldn't add. And just graceful. They had nothing for him. We'll come back. We'll talk more football because I just got a couple of lingering off-season questions I want to ask you before we really get close to the start of the season. That's coming up here. Jason Jones, final hour here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I'll be right back. Yeah. Yes. Oh, or Jordan. I mean, because Jordan's highlights are pretty strong. But yeah, Barry's. Oh, Reggie Bush would be good too. Yeah. Barry is. Man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember that well. Barry's rushing total would have been insane if he didn't play for the Detroit Lions. And his numbers are still ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much a given. Just incredible. Favorite man, that's tough. We ate at a lot of good places. I think I mentioned this on the air. Cadence was a Southern vegan restaurant that was. I'll be thinking about that cornbread that my girl Angela served me for probably forever. What else did we have? We had a couple of like brunch spots that were really good, but really it's Cadence, which was the vegan Southern place, or exact opposite. The Brooklyn Chop House was legit.
Oh, so good. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I really did have a good trip, man. It was a good trip. And I planned, like, I had reservations with the exception of Monday night. So we were there Saturday, flew out Thursday. I had reservations every night except that Monday at restaurants I had researched. Makes planning my next vacation hard because I was like, gotta make sure you eat good. Hey, we're family. Safe space. I did. Brooklyn Chop House. I did. This is the only time I did. I thought I might. I can't I can eat meat and not get sick. I can't eat like dairy or anything associated with dairy. Like that would just be hell. But yeah, I did at the Chop House, and it was. I legit. I thought about that. I thought about it for like 3 days. I kept thinking, go back to the Chop House. Get another. It's like a overpriced filet mignon, but it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. And it dawned on me when I went downstairs that Kenny and I are back here at 5. Like, we got to record the podcast today. I had a filet. It was a 16-ounce filet, and it was glorious. So I don't really talk about this part of the way I eat, but I actually eat steak every 4 to 6 months because of the B12. I had a doctor tell me, like, you could do vitamins. I wasn't going to do B12 shots, and meat's the only place you can get it. So you can eat like a small serving of meat and get it and be good for 6 months. And B12 is like the most dangerous thing to get low, because like once you get into deficiency, it is a bitch to get out. Like, you could hit deficiency and it could take you months to get out. So I've always been really like aware of that and of my energy level. So that's why I don't advise people to eat the way that I do. Like, I advise people to study the way of eating. And that's something I had to do. Like that. There are people who can survive off tofu and tempeh for forever. Like, I couldn't. And the doctor was like, yo, this is not the way to do it. All right. I was good. I was like, that's fine. And it doesn't bother me a bit. It's just the other stuff like I can't do. Yeah, it was more than my refill, because normally I could do like 4 to 6 ounces. That's all I need. This joker was 16. And when I tell you it was incredible, Claude, it was incredible.
Classic. Super Gremlin. It's a classic, man. It's a classic. I'll stop it. It's a classic.
It's okay, bro. Like, it's not a class. It's like, I'm telling you, you're skewed because of the Debo thing. Like you
no, man.
No. You fell in love with the song after the Cowboys entrance.
No, this song hard, man. He's putting Super Gremlin in his man. They still playing it to this day. No, the streets are playing it to this day.
Are we sure the streets are playing it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. You got apps in your car. You can, you have your ear to the streets, different streets around the country. Everywhere I go, Super Gremlin gets played. That's unfair. I played Super Gremlin all the time. Reese loves the song too, so we play it all the time. So I
in the car.
I recuse myself from this.
He just gets in the car and says, "Hey, have you still not named your car?"
Nah, the Queen Bee asked me about that too. I'm not naming it. We just out here.
Okay.
What little Kim said at one time? You see me in the all black, and something drive by you. That's me, the Night Rider, dressed in all black with it.
Yeah, that is what Kim said. She said it late too, but she said it. I named mine Rainbow.
Bo.
Dr. Rainbow Johnson. It didn't even need an explanation. I was like, I can't get away with naming this car Tracy, so I'm going to name the car Rainbow. Same eye roll that I would have if I had named the car Tracy. Yeah, the car's name is Bo.
Yeah, that's crazy. They used to play that song on the radio. Now I think about it.
Super Gremlin?
No.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Lil' Kim records that were like, that was on the radio. There's records, period. Like, they used to play that, huh? That was on the radio. I'm telling you, if you haven't heard the radio version of Get Low in a few years, it's worth hearing. It's basically the instrumental. That's what they are. That's what they are. Speaking of the streets, there's two NFL things that have kind of just been lingering on my mind, because we won't do it next week. We'll do it on that Thursday.
Okay.
Leading into to the start of the season after Labor Day. I've been adamant about this every year. It's science. It's going to happen. No matter what you think, it's going to happen. At least 4 teams that missed the playoffs last year are going to make it this year. At bare minimum, 4 teams that missed the playoffs last year are going to make them this year.
Got you.
And we'll figure out who they are and all of that. We'll go through the entire exercise, and you'll have to pick 4 teams in and 4 teams out. But this one, you talk about the streets. This one's kind of lingering with me because I feel like it's been tiptoed around here. And then I'm starting to see it a little bit when I read. So is Kansas City missing the playoffs? Is that where we are with the Kansas City Chiefs? They're just out of the playoffs now?
Well, look, first things first, I was the one that was saying it. I'm not hiding from the smoke, but I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure because I know it's preseason. Pat Mahomes looked like he ain't missed a beat. Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid look like they haven't missed a beat. They throw me and you out there in receiver. We're wide open. He hitting us in stride. So I don't know. I'm gonna get off the fence and I'm gonna make my definitive decision before the season starts. But that is a team where I feel like I got to see them in the regular season a little bit.
Man, we turned on them quick.
Because
I'm not in that camp, by the way.
He's not making the playoffs, by the way.
I'm not in the camp. I do believe that. I don't think I don't think Denver's making the playoffs.
If the whole NFC West didn't make the playoffs when they was the hotness, the whole AFC West is not making the playoffs.
The team I don't like is the Chargers. I can't wrap my arm.
JC Jackson got hurt today, I heard. He's out.
That's the story of the Chargers, though. The Chargers are I've wrapped my arms around the Chargers. I don't remember what year it was. I honest to goodness don't. I once picked the Chargers to go to the Super Bowl. That's laughable. Like, that's like picking the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl. Like, what are you talking about? They're not. They're going to blow. They're going to show up to their playoff game against San Francisco and be scared to death in that moment.
Where was it? Where were we at? Oh, yeah, they were at home. We did
in Arlington.
We did what we do. 49er gang, they did what we do. We go into these places and it's just a sea of red, man. So they were at home, but we canceled that out real quick.
And that's all these people jumping on the Chargers, man. I know you guys love Justin Herbert. I understand that he's the new guy you want to wrap your arms around, him and Joe Burrow. Like, that's fantastic.
Cool, Joe.
I ain't buying it.
Nah,
roster's loaded. Ain't buying it.
They're legit. They are the favorites in the division, if you ask me.
Raiders better than Chargers! Exclamation point.
That's cap. And I think the Raiders are really good. I think the Raiders are really good. It's nothing at the Raiders. I think that's a good squad. I think the Chargers are the team to beat in that division. Said what I said.
Okay, that's fine. You could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Like, it's fine. You could be wrong. You just wrong about Super Gremlin. You're wrong about the Chargers. It's fine. I think you're wrong about the Chiefs too.
on the 12th anniversary show of D-Lo and KC, 10 years after Super Gremlin came out, or maybe 11 years, whatever. You guys will be like, damn, that still does go hard out there.
Corners of the culture.
Right.
Raiders, Chiefs, Chargers.
Wow,
Broncos.
you got the Chargers third. You know, one thing's that
I ain't buying it. I told you, I'm not buying it.
You know, one thing that does worry me about the Chargers is their coach. That guy, he does some things where I'm just like.
And that sentence is interchangeable by decade. I thought the problem was Anthony Lynn.
See, I wasn't worried about Anthony Lynn.
I wasn't either, but apparently he was the problem. We're always talking about Charger coaches, like always.
We'll have some fun. We'll have some fun real quick.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and do this. I think we're not going to go through all 17, but let me the first, I don't know how many games this is. Week 1, this is a hell of a way to start the season. Jeez. Week 1 at home against the Raiders. This is a Chargers game.
Who is this? Okay. Great. Raiders 1-0.
Okay. At Chiefs on, looks like Monday.
Chargers starting 0-2.
No, it's Thursday night, actually.
Chargers starting 0-2.
Versus Jags.
1-2.
At Texans.
2-2.
At Cleveland.
3-2.
At home versus the Broncos. Just say 4.
Yeah, sure. 4-2.
At home versus the Seahawks.
Wait a minute. This is the schedule? All right. All right. 5-2.
At Falcons.
Come on, man. Are you serious? Is this for real, the schedule?
This is the schedule. At Falcons, we'll say 6-2.
Okay, 6-2.
And then we don't have to do wins and losses no more, but it's tougher on the back end. So they got out Niners, home versus Chiefs, at Cardinals, at Raiders, home versus Dolphins, versus Tennessee, at Indianapolis, Rams and Broncos.
I was like, hey, wait a minute. What is this?
I think they start 7-1.
They're not starting.
They're not losing both games to the Raiders and Chiefs.
They're not starting 7-1.
That Chiefs game is like a Thursday night in Kansas City. So short
Patrick
week.
Mahomes time, baby.
Short week. I think that's probably KC's home opener, so they're gonna be lit.
So
this is the one we're gonna watch.
Are they playing the AFC South? Is that who they're playing? You mentioned Atlanta. Or are they playing the NFC West?
They're playing the West.
Okay. You said the Cardinal. Okay.
NFC West and the AFC South.
Okay.
But that's everybody. So,
well, and that's what I'm trying to think. Like, Raiders got the Falcons too. Okay, right. They got that division down there. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. The whole point in this.
The only one that they don't have together is the Browns. And actually the Raiders probably have, if I'm off the top of my head. Who finished last in that division? Was it Pittsburgh or was it Baltimore?
Who finished last in the AFC North? It was Baltimore.
Yeah, so the Raiders probably play Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore was 8-9 last year. That's a team that I've got to imagine is.
They don't play. They play the Steelers
back in the playoffs.
Oh, Denver was last in that division. That's right. The Raiders were second. Why was I thinking about them being?
You don't get the Raiders any respect.
Raiders went 10-7 last year.
You don't give them any respect. You're over here talking about the Chargers and the Broncos. Raiders are already better than them.
Didn't I say about a week ago that they could win the division? I said that.
I wasn't here a week ago, so I don't know what you said. I don't know.
I think the Raiders can absolutely win that AFC West.
So Raiders out the gate. Obviously, they got the Chargers, but man, Cards, Titans, Broncos, Chiefs. That's their first 5 games. Then they got a week 6 bye, which probably a smidge earlier than you want.
Right. Then it lightens up though. Oh, it lightens up.
Yeah, it does. Texans, Saints, Jags, Colts, Broncos, Seahawks follow that. then you get into what looks well. No, because then it gets to the Chargers, the Rams, the Patriots, Steelers. I don't know.
You're going to be in the playoffs.
Oh, stop it. Steelers, I do think the Steelers won't be good. You're wrong about the Patriots, as you always are. And
they got the Niners. That's going to be a loss. But maybe they won't need the last game of the season. Niners going to be a loss. Chalk that up right now. Chalk that up right now.
All right. I might ask to see if Raider Nation's taking applications. I might ask to join the nation. I think I can get a special exemption from Amy Trask. If I hit up Amy Trask, I think she'll allow me into Raiders Nation. I'll tweet her right now. I'll tweet Amy Trask right now and guarantee you I'll get a response. I think I might have to join Raiders Nation.
Amy Trask, to be honest with you. Off the top of my head, I could see 12-6 for the Raiders. Is that the record, or it'd have to be 11-6? I think 11-6.
It'd be 17
games. 12-5. Yeah, 12-5, 11-6. I could see 11-6 for sure.
Okay,
for sure, and that could be enough to win the division. Raiders are they're low key stacked themselves.
I really like this team. I feel anytime I like a team, I just kind of wait for them to burn me. I like this. So apologies to Raider fans. Like if I ruin this for you, I like this squad a lot. I'm glad they got rid. Josh McDaniels a weird one. I don't know exactly how I feel about him, but I think he deserved another opportunity to be a coach. Like I think he's a more than capable coach, and I think they've set the. I think everybody has done a good job of putting this team and coach and quarterback in the best position possible.
I like McDaniels. I like him getting, like you said, another opportunity. I like him with all these offensive weapons. I think he's gonna have them boys cooking in Las Vegas. So yeah, I think that could be a very explosive offense. I mean, they're so stacked at running back, they got rid of Kenyon Drake.
Yeah.
They got weapons. Well, the streets are calling for it. And I'll say it because I'll say it with my chest. I ain't scared. New Year's Day, Niners are going to smash them boys. Don't smash the Raiders.
Why do you do that? Why do you say it like that? Like, it's weird.
Roman says it.
I think you do it because Connor pops for it. Like, I think that's why you do it, but it's weird for all of us when you say that.
Roman says it that way.
It's weird when he says it too, but it's Roman Reigns. He's 6'5", 270. You just kind of allow him to do it. It's weird when you do that. And when you all feed into this is what happens. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Second question I had.
Okay.
Because I feel like the stuff about Kansas City, I feel like it's getting a bit absurd. Like we were so quick to jump off on that bandwagon. Now everybody seems to be really, really quick to jump off of it. Is Matt Stafford's elbow like the most under-discussed story this offseason? Maybe I'm not following Rams Wire and the Los Angeles Rams version of Kyle Madsen close enough, but this feels like it should be the difference between the Rams winning the Super Bowl and not is Matt Stafford. This seems like it's a significantly bigger story than it's being treated as.
Well, no, you're correct. You're correct. I think it much like Brady just disappearing. The concern is simmered down a little bit because Stafford is back and McVay is saying he's throwing the ball great, looks great. He's not withholding any play calls because everything's good. So I think it's gone away because in the last week or so, he's looked like he's back to normal. But when it happened, though, I agree with you. Like, I was sitting here saying, I hope not. I'm not saying that, but it's like, damn, is he going to need Tommy John? Because this guy McVay was like, yeah, it's abnormal what's going on with his elbow right now. We don't know what's going on. What? First of all, to say that, and then 2 weeks later, you're just back. Like, oh yeah, he's great now. What? What the hell's going on?
What did you inject in his elbow that changed things so quickly? What exactly just happened there?
But to your point, yeah, that was yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
1 minute.
We're talking about a Super Bowl contender,
right?
Possibly, like just going off the deep end.
And again, and I, as we established last season, I like Matt Stafford far more than you do, but it's kind of undeniable at this point. The difference between that team winning the Super Bowl and not was their quarterback, and it was Matt Stafford. If you're losing your quarterback, or if there's something wrong with your quarterback, and you're going back to the team you were the year before, that immediately leads me to think, well, this isn't a Super Bowl contender. This isn't a team that could do it.
Yeah.
In that division, like I think you and I are probably a little bit more down on the Cardinals than everybody else are. Maybe it balances out because we might be a little more high on the 49ers than other people are. But regardless, that's a tough division.
Yeah.
And it's just, the Rams, oh no, they'll be fine. Okay.
Yeah, all right. I feel you. And I just think that as long as Stafford is there, like we've talked about, I think they're legit. But if anything happens to Stafford, and Stafford is somebody who, while he seems to play, he does get nicked up. That's just what it is. Like he's gonna get hurt multiple times throughout the season. Now he's a tough dude. He's able to battle through it, but they better hope it's just some nicks or whatever. I think last year, he hurt his knee or something. Like his knee was bad or something like that. I'm kind of getting frustrated all over again because we should have won the NFC Championship game.
Oh, what are you doing?
Are you serious? That's
based on what?
Niners they were up 10 with 6 minutes to go or something.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
And then Kyle with the terrible play call on 3rd and 1.
That's your Kyle.
What that's all about. Yeah. And then like the Niners defense. Well, obviously we've got what's my man's name? Tart dropping the interception. I mean, Stafford. We talk about how great Stafford is, and and how good he. The guy threw a punt down 10. That Tart just dropped.
Yep, that happened too.
That's not why they lost, but that's not
didn't
also
help.
Act like it didn't hurt the situation. They would have beat them 7 times in a row, or was it 8?
That's crazy. I think
Sean
it was 7.
Sean McVay was shook too, man. Sean McVay was shook. Oh. They didn't believe they could do it. They did not believe they could beat the 49ers, and they found a way to do it. Damn.
Let this be a lesson to me. I can't bring up anything football related on this program without it going back to the NFC Championship game last year, or how many Super Bowls the San Francisco 49ers should really have.
So, should 10 or 11.
I love it. It just keeps growing. It ain't a season passed, but you get off the air and you think further and you realize, oh no, there's this one that I forgot when I was 7. Should have been that one.
That's not even like they already have 5. They absolutely should have won 5 to 6 more.
Okay. Well, 5 ain't even the most in the NFL.
Yeah, we're going to take care of that. We're going to get Pittsburgh off of that. I think this might be the year, man. I got to be honest with you. I think this might be the year the Niners win a Super Bowl.
Okay. I hope for everyone's sake that you're right.
I'm broadcasting live from the parade if it happens.
I'm perfectly okay with that. That's great. You'll have a wonder. You and Bonte.
You coming to the parade?
I'll hold it down here. You got it. You and Bonte and Kyle Matson. You guys can go down there and Butcher Boy. Like, oh, good. I'll hold everything down here just in case something goes wrong. I got you.
I think this might be the year, man. If that offensive line can do anything, I think this might be the year. It could get ugly real quick though with that offensive line. That's the only concern I got.
Can this whole D'Lo and Casey show, ESPN 1320, was built by the people who listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to put you in charge of something.
Okay.
Not you. I'm talking.
I was ready.
I'm going to put everyone else in charge of something. Moving forward, as we head into the NFL season, can you count the number of times that I bring up something regarding football and the conversation somehow doesn't end with the San Francisco 49ers winning the Super Bowl this year or should have won it last year? Can we just start keeping track of that moving forward?
You brought up that damn Matthew Stafford.
Well, my question was about Matt Stafford and the Rams this year, not about the NFC Championship last year. But you could easily tie the two together, and that Matt Stafford was a big reason why they were able to get the job done. And now it's like, man, we're really just kind of glossing over this. I do have another thought that I want to share with you. It's not, I can't commit to it, though. I can commit to the Raiders. I'm good with that. And I'm perfectly happy doing it.
Okay.
I think this is the year Green Bay falls. Now, the thing that gives me pause is that division sucks.
It's terrible.
That division is terrible. I don't know who ascends in that division.
Is Hard Knocks doing their job?
No. No, they're doing their job. Oh, absolutely. They're doing their job. They're doing their job because I'm rooting for the Detroit Lions. And I'm rooting for my man Dan Campbell biting off kneecaps and all that.
I see Staley, Aaron Glenn. I'm like, man, they got guys leading them right now.
I'm rooting.
It could happen.
I'm rooting for them. I don't believe in them.
While you were away, did you see the story about Aaron Rodgers, the wide receivers calling Aaron Rodgers in for a meeting?
Of course I did. Of course I did. I saw a follow-up on it today. I actually looked at this like they're sick of this dude. Like the Green Bay Packers are most of us. Like we are sick of this person. We'll step out. We'll come back. Was the professor on the video last week?
No, he wasn't. Matter of fact, Professor wasn't available at all because he had to be on the phone,
which we couldn't do.
Yeah,
because
home
we can't. Well, I actually have no clue if Jason's on today or not. We'll all find out. We'll all find out in about 7 minutes here on ESPN 13.
I want to text him, but I just want to find out myself.
Just surprise us all together. We'll be back. Nothing scares me about them. I just don't think they're as good as the other teams. That's all.
The thing that, ironically, last year I felt like they were a quarterback away. You get Russ, and maybe it's all good, but I don't know. I don't know. It's better than the Chargers. Yeah, they did their thing last year, no doubt about it. Whatchamacallit, and some may say he's washed, but they're going to have Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack on each side. There are more than 5 games. Wow. See, I'm riding with the Chargers, but
wow. Really?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, I got to do some research.
Jesse guarantees
he did.
The Broncos win that division.
He did.
Guarantees. Didn't two wide receivers go down? I don't know if they were the starters. I remember Judy went down during the season last year. Let me see. Let's see if he's hurt right now. No, Judy's still there. Sutton is still there. I guess it was 2 guys later on the depth chart. Good for them. Not for the guys that got hurt. Good for the Broncos.
Are there multiple games on Thursday?
Football?
Yeah,
I think so.
Oh, there are. Okay,
I think everybody plays on Thursday.
It looks like Thursday, Friday. There's games Saturday. Gotta imagine they end Saturday. Nope, there's games Sunday too.
Yeah. For like 2 weeks.
Yeah, Packers and Chiefs is tomorrow too.
Tomorrow?
Sorry, Thursday. Thursday. Today's Tuesday. Thursday.
But yeah, NFL's gone too damn far.
Yeah.
Niners.
It's been a.
There's facts.
Jesse's cussing all of you guys out right now, boy, man. John Poles drawing the ire of Jesse. Only we can hear it for now. Wait till the producer cam pops up.
And now, this is facts.
I was gonna say there's no reason we can't have a producer cam right now. Then I realized that computer in there would probably like fall apart if Jesse put a camera on it.
Does not compute.
Good God.
Come on, man.
Jesse's in it. And that's a giant bill. Just be careful when you go to your car. Jesus. Tell Charlie to be careful when you go to your car.
So, Niners, Texans. Maybe this is since we don't know if the professor's here now, let me just wait till we're back on air. Because I just have a question.
I love when you have questions.
I just have a question, man.
You remember we're recording at 5?
Yeah.
I forgot that like the first half of the show till I went to get my juice. And I was like, man, I didn't eat. I was like, wait a minute. It's Tuesday. Oh, man. We got a show to record today. This is a good one though. Like it's a good one though. Like I finished. This is a good one. It was a great idea by you. Like this is a good one.
They had a lot of people that moved the culture that weren't rappers.
Yeah. There's some. I did a deep dive into Yo MTV Raps that I think will have a good payoff. Well, the question of whether or not the professor joins us will be answered here shortly. Most responsible radio shows text their hosts in advance, their guests in advance. With Jason, we're just kind of like, hey, normally here. We'll just send him the link.
If he drops by.
Hasn't had a working computer in 2-3 months.
Yeah. Poor Jason.
Only
Poor
weekly guest. Yeah. No, how about Athletics step it up? How
about
that? I gotta give you $5 a month to get the professor a computer.
Nah, man.
What are we doing?
I know.
He act like he's Odyssey or something. Working in Jesse's studio with Will Kane.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. End of an era.
Charlie wasn't happening.
The Will Kane. So are all the other pictures still up and Charlie just took Will Kane down?
Charlie,
it's amazing it took this long because that's all.
It wasn't happening, man. Hey, I don't think we can do this, but it just reminds me. Remember we said we were going to do one last show in the studio?
Yeah, I can guarantee you that ain't happening. First show, last show in the studio. That's not happening. What we can do, we could get a video, like, because I don't know, most people have probably not seen this room. We're not over exaggerating this. It is a dump. It's a dimly lit dump, and Jesse, God bless him, has to sit in there the entire time. The great thing about it, the way this studio is constructed, there's like AM studios and FM studios. They're the talk studios. Like Jesse has, like in our new building, Jesse has his own room, right? Him and DJ Squints will share a studio that's connected to the main studio where you and I will be, where me in the morning will be.
We're in the same spot?
Yeah. Okay. So what's great is, we all know the story. I bought $800 worth of artwork from the dope ones. I bought canvas prints of Kanye, J. Cole, who am I leaving out? Nipsey,
that's yeah.
And with the hey, where do you want these? So look, we need to liven up. There's Pink Floyd plaques and Green Day plaques, all this like dated radio memorabilia all over the place. Big old Pink Floyd poster. Like, what are we doing? This is all right outside our studio. Where do you want to put these? Hey, let's do this. I want Jay in the middle. I want Kanye over here. And I want Nas over here. This is how I want this room to look. Okay, just go put them where you want them. Got it. Kanye, Jay, Nas. You can do what you want with these. I would love to see Nipsey right here, but if you know, there's another side of the building. If you want to put it over there, cool. I told the story of meeting Stacy. So the end of the meeting was, hey, come by the studio real quick because Don is here. The dope ones. I'm meeting with the dope ones. So that was my first time into the studio. Walk in, can't wait to walk by Jesse's new studio and look out. And what's there? The Green Day poster. Next to the Pink Floyd poster, right outside the ESPN/KSFM studios. Walk all the way down the room. There's the $800 worth of artwork I bought. Jeez. Where we'll never see it.
Jeez. Come on, man.
Oh, dude.
They done took the cubicles. Jesus.
Jesse getting his workout in during the segment.
That's crazy. We got the professor on the line. We do have the professor here, but I just and Jesse, hold him to this too. I just want to make sure that when we move into the studio, that Damian gives a tour of the studio.
You're a jackass, dude. I swear. You're such a jackass. We welcome in the professor.
That did the most numbers.
I think they took my video down. I'm showing off that little studio. Welcome in the professor, Jason Jones. Jason, I think I'm ready to join Raider Nation.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great news. That's great. I mean, it beats being with Kenny in that franchise.
Wow. I didn't say anything. That's what we talking about, Damien. I didn't say nothing about Raider Nation, but Raider Nation always coming at the Niners. We know what it is. JV don't like varsity. We know.
I wasn't coming at whatever you guys call yourselves. I was just saying that given that he works with you on a regular basis, Raider Nation would be a much finer alternative than hanging out with you. Oh, I mean, calm down. No one's thinking about you guys like that. Like, I know you guys like to believe that we're all worried about the Niners. No, not like that.
It's true. You guys are. Hey, look, I deal with these Raider fans on a daily basis, and I say something nice about the Raiders. I say, hey, I think they can win a division. They're legit, whatever the case may be. And then I come back and my poor little team, I think they have some talented players. And I'm like, yo, Niners might be good. Oh, Homer Caraway. You need to be talking about them Raiders. What?
I didn't say that.
That's what your cronies in the chatty house are saying.
Don't lump me in with the timeline fans and the ones who don't lump me in with them. No, I have a little bit of sense. I mean, but I'm not the one who, as long as you're not one of those folks who keep on hyping up Trey Lance practice video, like, oh my God, see, we told you, like, right down.
Hey, I don't be hyping. I always say just like this. I know everybody trying to say you're gonna be bad. I think the floor for Trey is Jimmy, and I just always ask the question because people like the Jason Joneses, like the Raider Nation. They always talk about, hey, Trey might not be that good, and I say, okay, well, what if he is good? How about that? Don't nobody ever want to talk about that. What if he is good?
I mean, I don't think that's really a discussion because according to the Niner media, he's already just a shade under Joe Montana. I've never seen so many, well, what a great practice he had, tweets and reports in my life. Like, oh my, no one who was great in practice? Demarcus Russell was outstanding in practice.
Oh.
And I'm not calling Trey Demarcus, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, kid, we just, all of media in general, type down on the, he's so great in practice.
Yeah, I don't like practice stats.
I mean, if I see one more tweet, he was 14 for 18 with 2
that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
I'm like, when I see people do things like that, I say, you're proving the stereotype that sports writers are geeks with no lies. Like, really? You know what we're doing? We're taking
I don't like practice stats.
We're taking 7-on-7 stats. That's what we're really doing.
Yeah, I don't like practice stats.
Can we let Trey play, 17 games before we put him in the Hall of Fame?
Now, I will say this. To be fair to all those in 49ers media, they did the same. They've done the same thing for like the last 3 training camps. They did it with Jimmy. They did it with Jimmy when he was throwing 5 picks in a row, and they be like, "Oh, he threw 5 picks in a row." The Niners went to the Super Bowl that year. So
that's what I'm saying, like, yeah. Oh, Jimmy's terrible. Oh my God, they're in the Super Bowl. But you remember back in August? Oh my God, he was awful. Like, come on, let's just come on, let's all as fans and media be better. Let's not, But then again, we're in a world now where people actually, in their free time, watch the NFL Combine, which I would never understand. I will never understand. Like, if you're not being paid, why would you watch that?
Oh, you could pay me and I ain't gonna watch it. Yeah, that is not my bag. Anyways, the point was, I really like your football team this year, and I'm a little invested in them. It turns out I couldn't root for your previous coach. I think I can root for this one. I like Derek Carr. Really like Devontae Adams. I think I can root for this team, man. I like it. It's a tough division, and I just wanted to share that with you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and trust me, I couldn't root for the previous coach either before the email stuff. I was just like, I did not like the hire. I told everyone I didn't like it. I knew that with John Gruden running things, the draft would become a joke. And you look at their drafts under John Gruden, they're a bunch of jokes.
It's kind of as we switch gears here, I want to get your thoughts on KD in a minute and the Brooklyn Nets stuff, but I was telling KC this, and I think he's starting to catch up. There's like a bit of a Laker overload right now between Winning Time and They Call Me Magic, and now this 10-part Hulu series.
That's 10 parts?
It's 10 parts.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
But here's the thing. I've watched the first 2 episodes. It's really good. Like, it's different than the other 2. Like, there's certainly some overlapping similarities, but I think the start of it, at least from what I've seen, the start of this Hulu doc on the Lakers is because it has a heavy perspective from the Bus. Like, it's really the Bus family. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I wrote about last week before it came out, and then that was when I got the screeners for the first 5 episodes last month, and I was like, to me as a Lakers fan, I'm like, what really can you tell me that I don't already know? But getting the family, like, especially the family members who never talk.
Yeah.
Like, I forget Jeannie has another sister.
Right.
Yeah. And the young guy, who was the young guy with the Laker Mitchell and Ness jacket? I'd never seen him.
Yeah. There's 2 younger ones. You forget about the oldest brother. I mean, we pretty much only hear about Jeannie and Jim. Jeannie because everyone pretty much knew that Jeannie was a star in terms of being an executive, and Jim because no one liked him.
Yeah.
So I think to me that's the most interesting thing, and I'm not going to spoil it if you're only on episode 2, but as you get through it, you're like, wow, you see some of the family infighting and the jealousy that pops up amongst the siblings over, well, how come Dad picked you? And that's not fair. And then you hear one of the brothers saying, I don't know why Jeannie was mad. I was older. So to me, that's the best part. It's just that you're getting that because I was like, how are you going to make this different? Like, how do you make it different? You know, I thought they called me Magic was like blah. I was like,
yeah,
I love Magic Johnson, but are we really going to skip over every time they lost in the playoffs? It was like, we won the championship. Fast forward to 1982. Fast forward to 1985. It's like, okay, hold up.
And he really didn't do the hard-hitting stuff either. Like, it was kind of like implied, but not really discussed.
Yeah, they really missed a great opportunity, I think, when they got into the whole Cookie, what did you know about how he was living?
Yeah.
And it was like, I'm like, okay, here comes the good stuff. And it was like, oh, well, you know, I was in Chicago. I was like, okay, you know, I was like, no, we want to know how you felt knowing that you were off again, on again, engaged, dating arguably the best player in the world, and the whole world knew that he was getting around like Tupac.
Yeah.
Like, how did you, like, what was going on in your mind?
Yeah.
But they just kind of glossed over it. Like, yeah, Magic had a lot of women. Like,
that's essentially what they did. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Then they got married. It's
my
like,
pool parties. My pool parties.
My parties were off the chain, and I've heard about the Magic Johnson parties, and they didn't scratch the surface of what I've heard about Magic Johnson parties.
Yeah, I think some of that stuff you can't say on television.
Yeah,
I think some of that stuff is incriminating.
You got to distort the voices. And
yeah, yeah. So, truthfully, some of that stuff is a bit dark.
Yeah,
Let's tuck that away.
It was the 80s. It was the 80s in LA.
That was a wild time. Yeah. That was a wild time. I'm only on the first episode of the Hulu thing, but I like it. Ironically enough, like I wish they could kind of put them together. But I like the Hulu doc right after I watch Winning Time, right? I see, like when they talked about unfortunately, I'm not smiling about this, but the Tark's agent that was going to have him come from UNLV to the Lakers, and they talked about, that in real life and what happened, and I don't know. It's certainly, and then maybe because they didn't have to do it this way. Like it could have been you could have just talked to somebody, but it sure sounds like the mobsters didn't want Tark leaving. And that's what kind of led to all that.
Yeah. And then you look at the way Winning Time covered it. It seems so dramatized that unless you actually knew the history, like that can't be real. Then you go to the Hulu doc and it's like, oh yeah, I don't think they wanted him leaving. And then with agents found in the trunk. It's like, what?
That's crazy.
Imagine if that happens like nowadays with the way the media and everything is. I mean, they found the agent of the coach in a trunk dead.
That is nuts.
That is just wild.
Wow.
For the record, there was no business card tucked into the blanket or whatever he was rolled up in. That was a dramatization on Winning Time. That was not real.
I mean, you didn't need that. I mean, the fact
you really did.
The fact that he was dead was enough.
But I guarantee you, what it did is it sent a lot of people to the computer. Like, hold up, wait a minute, wait a minute, because I thought I had heard like a semblance of that story. I didn't like. They really put a Cherry Bus business card in it? No, they didn't. Yeah, good storytelling though. It's a TV show, right? Just. It's like the opening scene of episode number 2. It's storytelling.
Imagine sitting by Norm Nixon like I was a few weeks ago. After watching that, I was like, I'm glad to know you really didn't play Magic Johnson in your street clothes at a
party. Are you surprised the Kevin Durant Brooklyn Nets saga is over?
No, I'm not. Just because Rudy Gobert messed it up for everybody. That trade, I mean...
Well, it's not Rudy's fault.
I mean, it's
Rudy blamed again.
Not Rudy himself. Let's just say the Minnesota Timberwolves did.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I mean, poor Rudy just gets strays and collateral damage just for being Rudy. I mean, informer players on podcasts that would go in on him. I mean, poor Rudy. I mean, they made fun of him for crying, for missing the All-Star game that one year, whatever. But
that was a little funny.
I mean, it was because Draymond wouldn't let him, wouldn't let him go of it. KC's favorite NBA player, Draymond Green.
No, is he a superstar? Is the question.
Oh God. I've always said superstar is the most overused, term in sports, and no, it's not. I mean,
I agree.
Not. Yeah, but that's okay. Don't let that stop. It's August. We need something to talk about on Twitter.
Yes,
that's exactly.
I just think. I mean, then you start looking at all these deals that were getting leaked out of who wouldn't be included. To me, the funniest was Memphis. Like, you're not going to give up Desmond Bain? Like, are you kidding me? I was like, just say you don't want him. What do you mean? When that gets leaked out, we would love to get KD in Memphis, but they can't have Jaren Jackson and Desmond Bain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. I mean, just say that there was too much, but you didn't want to give up the 7-8 picks. Don't say that Desmond Bain stopped you.
Right. Right.
I mean, that to me that was the funniest of them all, and I just think this kind of reminded me of what the Kobe deal back in 2007, where he was frustrated with the organization, except that Kobe hadn't handpicked the coach and the GM, and then said fire both of them. I mean, I said that KD didn't pick the GM, but the GM did his bidding and hired the coach he wanted. Then he's like, "Oh yeah, fire that GM and the coach." I would have loved to have been in that meeting yesterday and just see how Kevin's looking at them and how Steve and Sean Marks must feel like. Man, but
let's just go back and try to win a championship, guys. Let's just go try to win.
So how does that? How do you think that works, Jason? Like, how does that work on opening day of training camp?
Is Josh Vaughn still on staff? If he is, I think John will be the guy who talks to people like who talk. I mean, Steve has always been a class guy. Everyone loves Steve Nash, but I don't know how you don't take that personally. Like, how do you don't take some of that personally when it's like your boy Kyrie was the one who didn't want to get vaccinated? It's like, you guys wanted your boy James Harden here, and then he wanted out. Then we trade for a guy who says after game 2, I'll play in game 4 and we're down 2-0. It's like, what? Like, say what you want about Steve as a coach. Some of this stuff is not his fault. So, it's just, I mean, to me, it's about one of the biggest messes I've seen in the NBA in quite some time. I thought the Lakers were a mess, but no, that Brooklyn thing to me, is just bizarre. Like, Kyrie just was like, I'm not going to play. I'm not getting that shot. I'm going to go be a politician and, do everything.
Martyr.
Be brave. You got to be brave.
Yeah. He's going to, the voice for the voiceless. He's the CM Punk of the NBA. For all of those who can't speak, Kyrie will speak for you.
And look, Jason, for all of that saying, you're right. I understand everything you're saying. Even with all that, they're still one of the contenders to win a championship. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah. And that's the reason why you see if you're Sean Marks, you're like, I'll just wait this out, and you just tell KD, if we do trade you, because you got to remember, KD's got 4 more years on his deal, you're gutting the team you're sending him to. And then, like even like that Phoenix idea, we'll package Mikal Bridges. Come on. And I like Bridges, but come on, KD, come on. There was nothing out there that they was going to be realistic.
Yeah.
So you know what, KD, get out your feelings or whatever. Tell your boy Kyrie to be ready to play from day one, and you probably shouldn't be getting swept again in the playoffs next year. I mean, they've got a chance. If KD was a shoe size smaller, they might have been in the finals in 2021.
Yeah, I thought they were going to win it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's it was just weird that, like I said, after you picked the coach, fire him and the GM. Like, fire the GM after free agency. Come on, man.
A bit odd timing. The professor, Jason Jones, we appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you.
No problem. An update. Apparently, my computer should be on the way sometime relatively soon, they tell me.
So that's what the shipping notice said, huh? Shipping notice from the Athletic.
Notice, yeah.
Sometime relatively soon.
Yeah, word on the street is laptops are being sent out. So
you know what, Jason? We're supposed to be moving into our new studio sometime relatively soon too.
Hey, but I will be in fact next week for Kendrick Lamar. So hey, what'll happen first? The studio, Kendrick Lamar, or my laptop?
Kendrick Lamar will happen first. Kendrick Lamar will happen first.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure. So all right, y'all take care.
We appreciate you, Jason Jones, the Athletic. I didn't bring this up with him because I figured you guys probably talked about it last week because he wrote about it. But did you watch the Manti?
We talked about it last week.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, he wasn't on here. Oh, get Jason Jones back on the phone. No, I was just kidding. You don't have to call him back. I'll ask him about it later. Did you watch the Manti Teo thing?
I haven't seen it yet. No, I haven't seen it. I heard it's really good though.
It is. It's good. I didn't know how to. I watched it with someone who was not familiar with the story at all, and so it was really in depth. There's I don't know how to say this, so I'm just not going to. But ultimately, I feel the same way I did after it was over. Like I feel the same way now as I did then. I feel terrible for Manti Teo. I think the person who orchestrated this is just a horrible human being. And I hate they try to paint the baby face brush a little bit. And I really
person
on the person. Yeah. So again, I feel the same way. I feel terrible for Manti Teo. I think that human being is disgusting. But at the same time, I was left with the same question I was left with in 20, whatever it was. And I understand, like, we live in a time you meet online, you date, you get to know people. Like, I understand that. Like, that's a totally normal part of life now. What I can't fathom is that you believed you had a girlfriend that you had never seen. Like, again, I get you meet people online, but like, yo, you couldn't connect on FaceTime once? Like, this wasn't 1988. This wasn't 1998. Like, there was an iPhone with FaceTime and there's Skype. And so you couldn't get no measure to connect with this human being and actually see the person that you're talking to. You got hooked for that long. Like, that's the part where my sympathy for Manti Teo always kind of like, I feel bad for him, but dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, you got to do a little better than that.
Like, just at some point, there's hold up, your FaceTime don't work again. Okay, don't hit me up until your
right.
You got that West Roseville internet? Okay, hit me up when you get by the Galleria.
And look, I'm gonna tell you like this: you're not my girlfriend. Like, we're talking, we're cool, but until like we have some kind of real face-to-face interaction, you're not my girlfriend. That can't how I don't even
cool. Yeah, we could, and that's and again, like, that doesn't minimize my sympathy for. It's just like, that's just the part I've never been able to wrap my brain around. Like, you fell that far for a human being you had never seen before. Jason wrote about it. That's right, why I thought you guys had probably discussed it last week when Jason wasn't in fact on the show.
We hadn't talked about it yet.
But he wrote about the Untold series, and then like there's a it's really good. It's absolutely worth watching. It's really good.
I had I'm gonna check it out. I had a girlfriend in high school that I saw. We dated, let's say, give or take 6 or 7 months. I saw her twice. She was nice, very nice young lady. But saw her twice. And it was months before we actually like met face to face. Now the difference is we got hooked up by my cousins that went to school with her. So they knew she was a real person and like, hey, give her my number, all this other stuff.
So that's in this thing too. Is like he said he asked, like, this was elaborate. Like, she connected with other people in his family, and he would ask them, do you know her? And they'd be like, oh yeah, I know her. But they know her the same way he knows her. And that's just
right. You don't
through
know.
Facebook messages.
you don't know her.
Like, and that's y'all led this man astray. Two, y'all, Manti, you led yourself astray.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I don't know. I've never been.
No, you're right. And there's you can be like, damn, that sucks for Manti, and be like, there were some things that you should have done better. Like, you should have been checking some boxes before you proclaim. And I didn't see it. I'm gonna watch it. But before you proclaim this lady to be your girlfriend, like, I'm not even saying it as like big and macho. Like, you can't be my girlfriend if I've never actually met you. We can be cool. We could be talking. I can't go around telling people, yeah, I got a girl. This is my girl. If I've never met you. And I don't know that you're real. I mean, maybe he wasn't thinking that way.
Well, even if you're not thinking like, I don't know that you're real, it's like, yo, we need to connect on a different level. That's not a Facebook message or a telephone. Like, we need to connect. And again, I feel for him. He seems like this wasn't talked about, but it looked like he had a wedding ring on. Like he moved on. He's good for him. You know, I think the only thing that really angered me was this isn't a crime. Like the term catfishing. It's not a crime.
No, it should.
Like, even when you potentially defraud someone out of millions of dollars, which that person may very well have done with Manti Teo, it's not a crime.
That's got to be a crime.
It's like it's
got to be something.
That's incredible to me. Like, that's not illegal.
Yeah, that's got to be.
Yes, it's
something.
not. I guess it's not. But the Untold series, they did if I remember, I think Untold was the Malice in the Palace joint.
Oh, okay. Like,
that's the series. Same like, so that's
so they didn't pull a WWE Network on this. They came with other episodes.
There's actually several episodes of this Untold series.
Okay.
There's other ones that I just haven't watched, that just haven't been interested in.
They need us with that WWE icons.
Yeah, they're never coming back. Never coming back.
You're right. Hey, real quick, this is what I wanted to ask you before Jason came on. And I only kind of bring it up because now it's affected the business of sports broadcasting, all this other stuff. Are we putting Aqib Talib in the box?
And
I only bring it up because you saw that he's leaving.
I saw he's leaving Amazon. Which
now I don't know if it's I couldn't tell if it was he's leaving or he's taking time away. I don't know.
It sounded like he's leaving. Sorry. I read it as he's done.
That's how I kind of took it too. That's how I read it. Took it too. I wasn't sure though.
I'm super unclear about what happened. I don't know if he's you maybe you're more familiar. Does he need to go in the box? Because the way I read it, no, he doesn't. No, but I also don't know what other reason we're going to talk about him if he's not doing the football game anymore.
Right, and the only reason, like I said, it came up, I wouldn't have talked about it other than the fact that we always talk about how we love him on broadcasting. I thought it was going to be great. It came to my mind because the Niners game is on Prime Video on Thursday. That's when it came to my mind. And I was like, oh, yeah, Talib is going to be gone. He's not going to be on the Amazon no more. And it sounds, from what I heard, it sounds like him and his brother, well, I don't even know if the brother was coaching this. I think he was coaching a football team. They got in an argument with the other team, and his brother went way too far with it, obviously.
So, but Aqib played a pretty key part in that.
I've heard he started it, or he helped escalate it. Not saying that
I don't know that's
not saying that he expected it to go where it went, but he wasn't like just standing back, not doing anything.
Yeah, I don't know if that, the box that's a pretty disgusting box over there. It sounds like Aqib Talib got himself in a really bad situation. I can't envision a scenario where we talk about Aqib Talib again if he's not calling football games.
Yeah,
and I'm not trying. I'm not clowning him. I wasn't talking about Aqib Talib before he was calling football games.
Right.
Didn't he snatch somebody's chain once? Was that Aqib Talib? Did he snatch? Was it Crabtree?
Yeah.
Sorry,
snatched the chain, and then they had a pretty crazy fight the next time they saw each other.
I remember that.
Yeah.
There a video on NFL films. Snatched his chain.
Isn't
that an NFL films video? I don't remember. I did read that. I was super disappointed to read that. It sounds like a
terrible
bad situation.
Yeah, terrible
awful story. Yeah, I hate to read that. He was.
I don't know how.
You know what makes it worse is in my head. This is not reality. It could be, but this is what I saw in my head. Some executive somewhere going, see, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what because Aqib was different. Like we all knew he was different. He was an acquired taste. There were some people that were not going to like listening to Aqib Talib. Right. We did. And it was fun. But I envisioned someone had to push for that. Like, probably didn't say, yo, let's do something different. Let's try someone different here. It could really work. Obviously it did. And then I just envisioned someone going, look at what we did. Get me Jay Cutler.
Drew Brees.
Isn't that amazing? Drew Brees still can't get a job. Still can't get a job.
Drew Brees wasn't that good.
He was terrible. What we sugarcoat it with some of these guys. Oh, they weren't that good. No, he was bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you don't care about him as announcing as much as I do. Like Drew Brees was bad. He was dull. Drew Brees is what I thought Tony Romo was going to be.
Mm.
I thought Tony Romo was going to be kind of dull.
Mm-hmm.
He very much was not. Drew Brees very much was. He was dull.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see Drew Brees back in the booth. Or maybe he works on his game and he gets back in there.
How the hell is Drew Brees not in a box?
Well,
it's a different box, but
yeah, I remember vividly Drew Brees during the summer of, it was a while ago, the cap summer.
16?
Yeah.
16.
I remember Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay.
I think it got worse.
It did.
I think it got worse.
Absolutely did. I was like, okay, Drew. Damn, I didn't think after everything that you did in New Orleans, I didn't think that would be you, Drew, but okay. Yeah.
Jesse asked, is Tony Romo a better announcer than quarterback?
No. He was a good quarterback.
Y'all need to stop disparaging Tony Romo, the quarterback.
Because
that is, in fact, my quarterback. Tony Romo is a really good quarterback. Like, because he's on the Cowboys and the Cowboys are so disgustingly over talked about and hyped, it was Super Bowl or bust from the moment he took over for Bledsoe. Tony Romo's a really, really good quarterback.
The comparison was always Romo and Garoppolo. You think that's accurate?
No, Tony Romo's way better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay.
Is that a real question? Are you you think those two are on the?
That was literally the comp.
No, that's terrible. Tony Romo is significantly better than Jimmy Garoppolo. This show. What time is it? This show's over. I'm done. I don't care what time it is. Play a song for 30 seconds. That is a ridiculous question. And I got to see you in another hour. Like, that is a terrible way to end this. Hit the thumbs up for me. Don't hit it for that last question. Last comp. That's awful. Hit the thumbs up if you're on YouTube, Twitch. Become a subscriber. If you're on ESPN Thursday, no matter where you are, make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Holla. I didn't come up with the question. I said that was the comp.
absurd. It's straight to hell. But what makes it's Tony Romo a superstar? Man.
John Poles is batting 0 today.
John Poles is batting 0 every day. We love him, but he bats 0 every day. You can piss Jesse off. Like, do you know how hard it is to piss Jesse off?
Oh man.
The only one on this show who's supposed to be mad is me. No one else on this show gets mad about anything.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Hopefully you had
right on, man.
Boxes.
It's good to know people listen to the radio. How did Jesse sound? You actually got to hear Jesse. Oh, that's good stuff. Man, we got some corners of the culture, bonus content. We got all sorts of things cooking today.
Damn near got a whole separate week.
Cut the whole fucking thing. Yeah, just cut the whole thing.
Give people a bonus episode.
Bonus episode. You can put it on. So we could do one of two things. You could put it like if you wanted to. I don't know. You can cut it and put it on the D-Lo and KC feed, and I can just drop it into the corners of the culture. Or you don't have to cut it in the D-Lo and KC feed. You could just cut it for me separately, and I can put it in the Okay, yeah, do that, and then Danny taught me how to feed drop, so I can just grab it and drop it into the D-Lo and KC thing. Okay. Shy, man, y'all leave my man Shy the man alone. They said he was out there talking to a fake Olivia. They said he was out there talking to a fake Olivia. I'll leave my man Shy alone.
That was cold, man. It's cold. Oh man. Shy, that's our guy. Shy been rocking with us for a minute.
Oh yeah, he's been with us. I mean, I feel like everybody in here been with us for a while, man.
Hell yeah.
We all don't Roddy, of course, Bryce, Kyle, David. I said David low-key really funny.
Yeah,
he'll be hitting in the middle of the segment though, so like we'll derail it. But David low-key really, really funny.
And
first day of the show, Ramsey was like, "All right, how about that Astros baseball?" Like, so,
Ramsey was in the chat before we even knew we had a chat. Like, what? It was like, what is this?
I think Ramsey was the first caller. Yeah. Wasn't Ramsey the first caller too?
He probably was.
I think either Ramsey or Big Al was the first caller.
Oh man, Ramsey been rocking for a minute, and he been passing landmarks for a minute too.
Passing one as we speak. Passing one. Oh man, long time chatter indeed. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll be in here. I promise, man. We're almost through the rough waters. The beach is right ahead of us, man. Just a couple more weeks. The beach is right ahead of us.
Oh man.
I know, right? So Stacy emailed us the programming staff, and you know, another one of her huddles for tomorrow, but it's just the programming staff. So maybe we'll get an indicator, because if you're the only one there, that's it.
They probably don't even know he's there.
Yeah, they're probably the ribbon cutting is tomorrow. Hey,
treating Jesse like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. They just, yeah, everybody's here. We're out. Let's go.
It's like Carlton on the last episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hey, who turned out the lights? Yeah.
That's cold, man. That's cold. That's cold.
So we got everything. Yeah, we got the cubicles out and everything. The building's empty. Just gonna be doing the show one day. Here comes a demolition ball. It's gonna be like Arco Reno over there, and Jesse's gonna be in there doing the show.
The Dr. David, you mentioned how funny is Dr. David is. Him and Sean gotta figure out who the hell they are. They know a little too much.
Dr. David knows everything. Oh yeah, Dr. David knows everything.
David and Sean.
Yeah. If I hadn't seen Dr. David's pictures and his family, I'd be convinced it was, I'd think it was Dr. David was Jason Ross. He knows everybody. He knows everything.
Dr. David and Sean. Sean still, I'm like, who the
Sean,
hell is
Sean was like, yeah, the streets are saying the podcast is doing well. I was like, what? I haven't even looked. But damn, it is. How did you know? Weird.
Oh man,
Dr. David got sources. Indeed.
Yeah. This year the family just grows, and we're gonna have a good time at like Kings games this year, guys.
Oh yeah. We're gonna, as we established this morning, we are going to be at the Golden One Center a lot.
Yeah, man. It's work. It's work. It's work. What you want me to do?
We won't be in the same section. I'll be up there with you guys. Kenny will be.
No, this isn't true.
Sitting next to Mike Brown. Nah, it's cool. Tunnel Tapia and courtside Kenny.
Tunnel Tapia.
Oh, second row D-Lo up there.
Oh boy, Jesse was having a conversation with Rob Williams in the middle of the game.
Oh, that's what led to the finals run.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Scott gets to the grocery store. We're going to get out of here because, quite honestly, Kenny and I have to be back here in 58 minutes. So we've got more work to do.
Real quick.
Love y'all, man. We'll do it again tomorrow, man. I literally can't wait to see what just throws this show into a tailspin for an hour tomorrow.
Tell me about it.
All right, we'll see y'all. Appreciate it.